it big. But me, your man, Louie Tee. Welcome to Washington post-game show here, the Command post-game. Live. Of course, I'm your set man, Louie Tee. Thank you for joining me. That went, I guess, as expected. I wanted to see this defense against Mahomes. I knew what we were getting ourselves into. Did you see the pass he threw on third down as he's going to his left, jump in the air and throw back across his body to the right? It's Patrick effing Mahomes. I mean, at the end of the day, what do you want to do? I mean, no other quarterback in the league is making that throw. 5-on-5 on third downs with Mahomes in the first team offense in the game. Ouch. That's not what you're looking for. We'll discuss. There's so many takeaways from today's game. Offense, no points for the first team offense. They moved the football, but it didn't generate any points. And at the end of the day, that's what matters most. You can move the football up and down the field all you like. If you can't get any points on the scoreboard, then it's all for naught. So we'll discuss that as well, because, again, there were some good and positive takeaways from what I saw with the offense as well. So we'll get into all of the particulars of the performance. Chiefs get the win 24-14, which is why I'm dressed in all black like the Omen. And you know what that means. Took one on the chin, but it's the preseason. We came out of this thing unscathed from an injury standpoint. So that's all I really care about in the preseason. You know, you'd like to get the dub, but that's insignificant at the end of the day. You want to see execution. You want to see hard work. You want to see effort. And you want to see guys going out and doing the things that they've been practicing and bringing them onto the football field in a game-like setting. So for the most part, I left this game feeling the same way I felt last week. Encouraged by what I saw, disappointed by others, but more or less, I still feel how I feel. Like, the defense is the thing that I was most concerned with coming into the season. This is before we even got to training camp. I'm putting all my eggs in the offensive basket, and I'm just hoping the defense does enough. And so we'll see if they get to where we need them to be to ultimately win as many games as we're hoping that we can win this season. But we've got a ways to go, as you can tell. All right. So I want to go through the 7 things that I was looking for. And usually as I go through those things, we stumble over everything that needs to be talked about throughout the course of the game. So we'll do that. And then after I finish and wrap that up, we'll get to your comments and what you guys have to say about the performance today by the Washington Commanders. First things first, I want to get this out of the way. I think the burgundy bottoms with the white tops look better than the all whites. I can't speak for you out there, but I enjoyed that combination that we saw today over the combination we saw last week of white on white. I prefer the burgundy bottoms with the white tops. I don't know how you guys felt about that, but that popped for me today. The uniforms, the white tops, the burgundy bottoms, that popped for me today. That looked better than the white on white. So I'll just throw that out there in the atmosphere. You can do with that with what you will, but I want to see more combinations. Obviously, would like to see the burgundies, what they look like, but the white tops, burgundy bottoms, that does it for me. I can rock with that 6 or 7 times this season if need be. Anyway, let's get to the 7 things that I was looking for heading into this game. We start with number 7, kick return, punt return. So right out of the gate, the Antonio Gibson mystery was solved. They did not waste any time. He was on the opening kickoff. He returned the opening kickoff. Solid return, nothing to write home about 22 yards out to about the 22, 23-yard line. And so I think with that, and then on came the first team offense. And with that, Brian Robinson was on the field. I think a lot of questions were answered today. We'll talk more about that as we get further into the things I was looking for. But what Ron is essentially trying to do now that I think they're going in a different direction at the running back position in terms of who's going to start, I think that Ron's going to solve the punt return, kick return thing with 2 different options. Gibson right now looks like your primary kickoff return man. And again, that could have been a one-time thing where they just wanted to get his feet wet and they may ultimately go in a different direction. This doesn't mean it's the end-all be-all. But he's already mentioned this. I think this is the direction that they're going to go in, which is Gibson on kickoffs, Dax Milne on punts. And we saw who was backfielding the first punt of the game. It was Dax Milne. So to me, Milne is your punt returner. Gibson is your kickoff returner. You've solved that issue. Now you can move on from Alex Erickson, who continues to play well at the receiver position. But Really didn't do anything on either kickoff nor punt return again. So I pretty much think that decision has been made, barring any kind of changes, for the remainder of the preseason. I think it's pretty safe to say they've made up their mind, and Alex Erickson is not a part of this team moving forward, but we'll see. So kind of got my answer on punt return and kick return, with the opening kickoff and in the first punt that we saw fielded by Dax Milne. 6 was safeties, corners, and linebackers. I was really looking to see if one guy in particular at each of those spots could distance themselves. And then at the linebacker position in particular, just wanted to see the starters flash. I wanted to see them do something abnormal in a positive manner. So with the safeties, Parker made an impact last week, non-existent. He was invisible today. So I think Jeremy Reeves popped again. He popped last week, had a sack. This week, had a couple of nice tackles, one for a loss, plays with high energy, knows the defensive scheme, core special teamer, guy that's been around. I think it's Jeremy Reeves' job at the safety position, the back end of that safety spot. So I think he separated himself today. And so that's what I was looking for. At the cornerback position, it was Sip, Christian Holmes, and it was Corn Elder. Corn Elder had an opportunity at an interception, didn't come down with it, hurt himself, might have even given himself a concussion trying to corral that football, left the game. I don't think he ever returned. So, waiting for an update on his injury status there. And Christian Holmes had a bonehead, dumb personal foul penalty out of bounds when he tackles the receiver and then decides 2 yards out of bounds, I'm going to throw him after I've already corralled him and we're already out of bounds. So he's not showing high football IQ there. None of these guys stepped up, showed me anything. I'm still worried about the back end of the cornerback position and the depth after you get past Danny Johnson. And so that continues to be something that we'll have to, monitor and see. I think someone's going to get that spot by default. Honestly, I think it's Corn Elder. Hopefully he's okay. But I don't see anybody reaching up and grabbing that particular spot. I think someone's going to get it by default. Maybe if someone's better on special teams, or just the fact that Christian Holmes is their 7th-round pick, they may decide to go with him over the veteran Corn Elder. We'll see. I think Elder is a guy you can keep, move on from Holmes, bring him back on the practice squad, and there's no worse for wear there. And then linebackers, there were a couple of splashes from the linebackers, but, they were like throwing a rock into the ocean. It was like a little bloop. It wasn't, the kind of waves you're looking to see your linebackers make. Cole Holcomb gave up an easy completion to Travis Kelce. What's new? Kelce's that dude, but easy completion to him. Jamin Davis on a third down. Well, I don't think it was a third down. I think it was more like a second down and like 10. He's supposed to get a piece of the running back on his way to the quarterback. He doesn't. The running back comes out in the flats, catches an easy pass, gets up the field and gets like 13. And Doc Walker's response is, no one's supposed to be that wide open. Somebody missed an assignment. It was Jamin Davis just not getting a piece of that running back on the way in. Either you're going to stop and peel off and run with him, or you got to get a piece of him on the way in. You can't just run by that guy like he's not going to be wide ass open. The defense, what you're responsible for. If you don't get a piece of that guy and he gets out cleanly, that's going to be the end result with Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. Maybe with a lesser quarterback like a Justin Fields or somebody like that, they may not notice the running back coming out of the backfield that cleanly and get it to him immediately. But when you're talking about a former league MVP and a guy that's been to 5 straight AFC championship games, he's not going to miss you coming in scot-free on a blitz with his running back slipping out of the backfield. He's just going to throw it to him. So you got to get a piece of that guy. I thought Jamin Davis for the second straight week was aggressive. He had a tackle in there for no gain where he took on the center, shed him, and got the ball carrier down. It was a beautiful play. He's been aggressive 2 weeks in a row. I like what I'm seeing from Jamin Davis. Again, I just want to see more of this from him as we continue on. But he's active. Jamin Davis is around the football consistently. And so I thought he was solid today. So the youngins, number 5, youngins getting involved. Amani Rogers, Jahan Dotson, Robinson, Howell. These were the young guys, on the defensive side, maybe Percy Butler and Sip, some of these guys. Amani Rogers continues to be impressive as a pass catcher. Well, we know what he possesses. Again, he's going to make it interesting as to whether he makes this football team or not. He was a long shot when he arrived at training camp, and with all the injuries and with all the first team reps that he's had to take, I've been impressed with him. You know who else was impressive today at the tight end position? Eli Wolf was effing impressive today at the tight end position. As a run blocker, I was impressed. Remember, I thought one of the biggest issues with the tight end position being in such disarray with all the injuries was that we weren't going to be able to run the football effectively. And Eli Wolf dispelled that notion by going out and blocking his ass off. I was proud of him. And then he caught a couple of passes too. Doesn't look half bad as a pass catcher. He's not going to make the team, but he's a guy that I want to keep around. Like, hey, Eli, if you want to come back, we'd love to have you on the practice squad. I'd like to work with this dude. So I thought he was impressive today. Dotson, what did I tell you guys? I said, I fully expect them, much like they did with Curtis Samuel last game, to get Jahan Dotson the football early in this game on a bubble screen, on a slant, something quick in his hands to get him acclimated. What do we see? Second play of the game, wide receiver screen, Jahan Dotson gets up the field, shows the elusiveness and the run after catch, gets about a gain of 14 or so. And so that's what I was expecting last week, for him to get involved early. They did it this week. I knew they would do it this week because they were going to go another week without their first round pick not touching the football. It just wasn't going to happen. So they got him involved early, and then he had another catch later on. So when Heineke came in, so good to see Dotson getting involved. He's going to be a player for us. We know that, and it's good to see him starting to get his feet wet at the wide receiver position. Robinson, I'm going to be honest with you. As much as I love Gibby, Robinson keeps this offense on schedule. I love him as a consistent runner. He brings consistency to the running back position, something that Antonio Gibson lacks. With Gibson, you could get 5, but you could also get no gain, right? The one carry that he had with the first team offense was a no gain or maybe even a loss of 1. You're not going to get that with Brian Robinson. You know, he's going to gain something. He keeps the offense on time and on schedule. You're not going to end up in 3rd and 9 if you hand it to Brian Robinson twice. You could end up in 3rd and 9 if you give it to Gibby twice. You're not going to end up in 3rd and 9 with 2 Brian Robinson runs. You're going to end up with a 3rd and 4 or 3rd and 3, worst case scenario, a 3rd and 5. So he keeps the offense on schedule. And again, run after contact, yards after contact, bully and monster. Saw that again today. I think he's a little bit more explosive than people give him credit for. He's not Antonio Gibson in that regard, but I think that's our new starting running back, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's our new starting running back, and I don't have a problem with it. Because like I just said, he keeps you in 3rd and manageable. You throw it on 1st down and it's incomplete. Give it to Brian Robinson on 2nd down, and now it's 3rd and 6 or it's 3rd and 5. I got no problems with that. So he was outstanding again today. Thought he ran the football hard. Let me pull up the numbers from the game. I would assume that he averaged every bit of 4, maybe 5 yards per tote again today, which is impressive for the 2nd consecutive week. He was outstanding. So let's see what Brian Robinson did in the game. He had 8 carries, 31 yards. So a shade under 4 yards per pop at 3.9. Again, thought he was outstanding. You know, if they would have given it to him another 8 times, that to me, that average would have been up over, 4 yards a carry. He was really good. And Sam Howell, a lot of people were, doing the thing that they do, which is, oh, Sam needs to get out there. He needs to be our starting quarterback. Let's not even worry about Carson Wentz. Sam Howell's the future. And I told you, pump your brakes and drive slow, homie. Drive slow. Like, he's a rookie, 3rd string defense he's going up against. Let's see him do it consistently, week after week after week. And then we can start talking reckless down the road when Carson Wentz is an afterthought. Well, Howell showed his inexperience this week. Had the 2 sacks again. So this is the 2nd week in a row where he's been sacked twice. I think he's not getting deep enough on some of these drops, but this was all on the offensive line, the sacks were this week. Last week, you could say, yeah, he, may have been on him a little bit. Keith Ishmael got beat on one of those where I don't even know if he knew who to block, particularly on that snap. But the thing that was most concerning with Howell today for me was the batted balls. You sometimes forget that he's like Taylor Heineke size. He's one of these 6-foot quarterbacks, And so, it's easy if you get your hands up to get your hands on the football. And he had 2 of them batted, and on both of those batted balls, there were wide open receivers with plenty of green grass in front of them, and he couldn't get them the football because it was batted at the line of scrimmage. So that reared its ugly head today. Through the interception, it was a terrible interception. Not only did he stare the receiver down, I think there was a miscommunication, but he stared the receiver down. It was great protection. He just threw it right to the cornerback. And again, I think it was a miscommunication. Receiver broke that route off, came back to the ball. I think he was expecting him to take it up the field. These things happen, especially with young players. And then he had a chance to hit De'Ami Brown for a touchdown. He missed him. That was a deep ball. He was open behind the defense. You got to put that thing out there. You've played with this man. You know how fast he is. Let him run under that thing. He cut it short just a tad bit. Great play by the defender. Still had to get your hands on it or it would have been a catch. But he's got to lay that thing out there. And he didn't. He left it short. And that was a missed opportunity there. So this was not a great game by Sam Howell. That said, good to see the young fella get more work. And he can only be better because of this experience and the experience that he'll get next week against Baltimore, where he'll play the vast majority of that football game. Number 4 for me, the offensive line and the tight ends. Man, I was wrong about the combination that we were going to get. They threw a different combination out there. Now, Charles Leno, I didn't know wasn't going to make the trip. Ultimately, wasn't even in Kansas City for the game. So they had to start Cornelius Lucas there at left tackle, which is not a big deal. We love Cornelius Lucas as a core backup, first guy off the bench at the tackle position, as our swing tackle does a great job at left or right. So that wasn't a big deal. We knew Sadiq Charles was going to start at left guard. We knew we were going to get Chase Roullier back in his first action since like week 9 last season against Green Bay. And then we knew that the right tackle was going to be Sam Cosmi. What we didn't know was who's going to be playing right guard. I thought it was going to be rookie Chris Paul. They went with veteran Aaron Montero at guard, and he was solid. We had really no issues up front against Kansas City's number ones. I told you, as long as Chris Jones didn't play, none of those other guys worried me as pass rushers. And what did we do? We kept it awfully quiet. Wentz wasn't really under duress. And so he had time to operate and do what he needed to do. Bravo to the offensive line. And not only that, I give them even more kudos along with the tight ends. We only had 2 healthy tight ends, Eli Wolf, and who practically played the entire game. And of course, Amani Rodgers. So I was amazed that we were able to run the football as effectively as we were. But kudos to the offensive line. I should have never doubted, and I didn't ever really doubt, our offensive line coach, John Masco. But if in case you forgot, the man is a savant. He's I shouldn't say a savant because I think he's older. I think he's an old guy. But he is a magician, is what he is. He's magical with these offensive linemen, what he's able to get out of these guys. So all it does is instill more confidence in me as a fan that no matter what happens to our offensive line, we're going to find a way to get it done up front. So that was a bravo from the offensive line and the tight ends. Thought they blocked well enough. So we get to number 3, which is defensive prowess and third downs. Look, it's the Kansas City Chiefs. It's Patrick Mahomes. I don't like to make any excuses. I'm not looking for any excuses. It wasn't pretty, man. And here's the thing. I actually was impressed with the way we played defense up until we got to third downs. It's becoming annoying talking about the same issues, but this is where we are. We have no issues getting a stop on first down and making it second and long. We have no issues on second down, getting you to third down and long, which the Chiefs were in constantly in this game. Our problem is third effing down. And, a lot of people like to blame Jack Del Rio for everything. That's what people love to do. When you don't really know what the hell's going on, the first inkling is to blame the defensive coordinator, to blame the offensive coordinator. That's the easiest thing to do. You never want to blame the players who usually are the ones at fault. Now, sometimes it is the coordinator. He's clueless. But that's not the case with Jack Del Rio. He's not clueless. I think a lot of why he does what he does is because of things we don't see every single day. The things that they see at practice that they know is the reason why they don't put these guys in compromising positions. And we get pissed off because we want them to be more aggressive and we want them to blitz. because that's what teams do when they can't get the kind of pressure that you're looking for to get off the field. So blitz is always the answer from us as fans. I'm guilty of that. I'm not a Wink Martindale blitz on every single third down and every opportunity you get like Todd Bowles type of fan, but I think there is a time and a place to mix it up and come with some pressure. That said, Jack did it in this game. He came with the all-out pressure on a 3rd and long, and what happened? Cam Curl got his ass cooked, okay? Cooked. Like a smoked damn sausage. He got cooked, okay? By a 3rd-string tight end, no less. And for the 2nd week in a row, Cam Curl was not good. For all of you Cam Curl is elite fans out there, he's a really good football player. I love me some Cam Curl. But I told you, you want him to be elite, he needs to take that next step this season. So far, he's not trending in that direction. It's preseason. I'm not getting bent out of shape about it. But he wasn't good last week. He got his ass cooked this week. And I'm just telling you right now, Benjamin St. Juice in the slot, I don't have a lot of confidence in that either. Mahomes overshot his receiver who was wide ass open. If Mahomes hits him, it is a walk-in touchdown from 75 yards out. That's an exaggeration. From 65 yards out, it is a walk-in touchdown. These are the reasons we cannot blitz, because we put Benjamin St. Juice one-on-one on an island and he got cooked and the receiver was wide open. And Mahomes missed him, and he just pointed to his chest like, that's my fault. That's my bad. We had one. I just missed him. You're damn right you missed him. If you hit him, he's walking to the end zone for a 65-yard score. That's why you can't blitz. That's man-to-man, and Benjamin St. Juice got worked. We blitzed. We got to Mahomes. It's pressure, and Cam Curl gets cooked. That's why Jack doesn't blitz as often. He doesn't trust the guys on the back end to play man-to-man down the field and win consistently. So the next time you say, why didn't we blitz? Just think about what you saw today. Just think about what you saw today. So that's one of the 3rd downs. It's 3rd and 10. We come with all-out pressure, and our best safety gets beat man-to-man. You got another 3rd down where, first of all, I thought the pressure was consistent again. Ron was upset about the rush lanes. For me, it's Mahomes. He's magical back there. He creates some extra time. It's like he's got eyes all around his head so he can see in every single direction. And he was bouncing in and out. Montez Sweat had his hand on the back of his jersey but couldn't get him down. He rolls out of the pocket, finds a receiver. I mean, and again, it's 3rd and 5. You got Mahomes packaged against the sidelines. You think you're about to get off the field, and he jumps in the air and throws it back across his body to a receiver who's breaking open. I mean, what do you want to do? I can't help you in that particular instance because that's a one-of-one quarterback move. Nobody else in the league is doing that but Patrick Mahomes. So I don't really know what you want the defense to do in that particular spot except get to Mahomes faster. And they tried, okay? He was outstanding on 3rd downs, as you would expect. You had another play with Cam Curl on the 3rd down, running back coming out of the backfield, and Curl takes one of the worst angles you can possibly take in that situation. He's running to where the ball is being thrown, and so he's running to where the ball is thrown instead of running to where the ball is, where the receiver is going. And so that receiver catches the football and just runs right by Cam Curl, turns the corner. Jared McKinnon does, and gets the 1st down. Luckily, that Cam was able to get enough of a piece of him to push him out of bounds, or that thing could have been, a 35, 40-yard game, maybe even a touchdown, because there was a blocker down the sideline that may have been able to escort him into the end zone. So, again, Cam Curl had another rough go of it today. And, 2 of the 3rd downs I just mentioned, they were on Cam Curl. And then one, Mahomes throws a ridiculous throw across his body. That's 3 3rd down conversions right there. One guy was responsible for 2 of the breakdowns, and then Mahomes went magician on us on another one. I mean, it is what it is. You got to take it for what it is. It's Patrick Mahomes, man. The back shoulder touchdown. So in my mind, their tight end, Jody Fortson, that is what I envision. Our tight end, our young boy, they wear the same exact number 88. That's what I envision Amani Rodgers. And Fortson is a former quarterback himself. So that's what I envision Amani Rodgers looking like in 2 years, because he's a second-year tight end, is Jody Fortson. And so next year, I think that's what Amani Rodgers is going to be for us. Confidently running back shoulder fades in the red zone, boxing out a defender, catching a football, getting both feet down in bounds, and scoring a touchdown. There was nothing Kendall Fuller could have done there. That ball was placed perfectly on the back shoulder, slight push off, which you can get away with as long as you don't extend. It wasn't egregious. There was nothing Kendall Fuller could do. Nothing. It was a perfect throw by Mahomes. So defensively, I thought they rose to the challenge up until it was third down, which is the money down, which is unfortunate because with Mahomes in the game, they were 5 of 5 on third downs. They were 5 of 5 on third downs. We didn't get a third down stop until they brought in the third string quarterback, and he converted his first third down with a run, and they were 6 of 6 at one point before we finally got a stop and forced them to punt the football. This didn't come until like the 7-minute mark of the second quarter. If they put Mahomes back on the field for a third possession, I imagine it would have been 21-0. They had 150 yards of offense in the first quarter. It's kind of what I expected. I was hoping that it wouldn't be that way, but again, it's Mahomes and company. What do you want to do? The third downs, obviously, I've documented them. We're going to talk more about them throughout the afternoon, but that's the reason we can't blitz. That is the prime example of why you have to be selective when you decide to blitz and how you blitz. What kind of coverage is on the back end of that blitz? Because clearly, when you decide to bring the kitchen sink and it's man-to-man across the board, as we saw twice in today's game, both of them easily could have been touchdowns. Cam Curl got worked and was able to make the tackle, but not until that guy was inside the 10-yard line. And Benjamin St. Juste would have been cooked for a 65-yard touchdown if Mahomes didn't miss it. Number 2 was AG's usage. So we got our answer. Opening kickoff for the game. I told you, I said, we're going to find this out relatively quickly. Opening kickoff, he might be out there. Well, he was. So that told me he wasn't going to be on the field for the first snap as a starter at running back. They're not going to put their starting running back at kickoff return and then have him turn around and run into the offensive huddle. That's not how it works in this league. You can do that in college. You're not doing that in the NFL. So right now, as it stands, Antonio Gibson is a dual threat receiver. You saw them split him out. We'll talk about Carson Wentz missing him here in a second, which would have converted a second down into a first down. We ultimately got to third down and did not convert. Got to make that throw if you're Wentz. But you saw Gibson catch it out of the backfield, right? Heineke comes in. He runs a Texas route beautifully, makes the defender miss, and you see the explosion, gets inside the 15-yard line. Like, this is why he's still an asset to us. A lot of you, we should trade him for what? He's still a part of this offense that can hurt teams with his ability to catch the football. He's still useful because more times than not, defenses are going to be stupid and still put a safety or a linebacker on it. So when you bring him in the game, you can treat him as a receiver. Start him out in the backfield, motion him, and then take advantage of a poor defenseless linebacker going one-on-one against a guy that used to play wide receiver. That's like stealing, taking candy from a baby. So he caught that one. He caught another beautiful catch by the sidelines when Heineke, I thought it was a little hot, makes a little diving catch, gets his feet down, dives out of bounds. I thought Gibson showed his versatility today in the game. I don't think he's the starting running back right now moving forward. That's not to say that that's permanent, but I can tell you right now, he's still an asset. He's still a very useful football player for us, and he showed his versatility today. He's going to return kickoffs. He's going to catch the football out of the backfield. He'll get some carries, as you saw today. And, there were some physical runs in there too. There was a 3rd and short, and that's been his Achilles heel. He lowered his shoulder, got physical, and got the first down. So good. This was a good performance from Antonio Gibson. It really was. And then number 1, how long is the offense going to stay in, first-team offense, and how effective can they be? How efficient can they be with all of the moving parts up front with the offensive line and tight end? There's no excuses. All right, the offensive line held up. They did what they needed to do. They protected Carson Wentz. There's no excuse for us not scoring some points. The only thing I will say that was a detriment to us, scoring, and again, no excuses, find a way to get it done, was no J.D. McKissic. He didn't play. Remember, he had a groin earlier in the week. Ron kept him out of practice on Thursday. I thought he was still, there was a chance. There's no reason to push J.D. McKissic in a preseason game. So he didn't play. And on those 3rd and shorts that we had that we didn't convert, it would have been lovely to have 23 back there breaking somebody off and getting open. He's going to be a Carson Wentz safety, blanket. And he wasn't there. He wasn't available today. So that hurt us in some 3rd down situations. But nonetheless, Wentz, let's talk about his afternoon. Solid, 6 of 9, 54 yards. Let me be precise here. 6 of 9, 64 yards for Carson Wentz. Let's see if we can't recall the 3 incompletions. So much like last week, the first non-3rd down conversion that got us off the field was a deep shot on a 3rd and 3. Last week, it was a 3rd and 3 deep shot to tight end Amani Rodgers that was slightly underthrown. This week, it was a 3rd and 3 deep shot to Curtis Samuel. I just keep envisioning that wheel route, that rail route that they're running up the sideline that they've thrown now 2 weeks in a row on a 3rd and short. I just keep imagining that being Cole Turner or that being Logan Thomas, a big 6'6" target that can go up and high point the ball instead of a 5'11" wide receiver and Curtis Samuel, or a 6'5" receiver who's just learning the position at tight end. I just keep envisioning that being Cole Turner or Logan Thomas, someone with some size that can go up and make a play there, because that was a ball that could have easily have been caught. That was a great play by the defender, just like it was a great play last week by the Carolina Panther defender. That was a great play by the Chiefs defender, in perfect position, hand in between man and ball, and he knocked it away. But if that receiver's 6 inches taller and goes up and puts that thing up there at the high point and goes and gets it top shelf style, I don't know if that defender is able to make that play. So I like the aggressiveness on 3rd and short, taking the shot down the field. It's something that this offense has been missing for a number of years. Now, it's cool to take that shot, but it doesn't mean a damn thing if you don't hit it. We haven't hit it yet in the last 2 weeks. However, you can't hit it if you never take the shot. So I love the fact that they're going after it aggressively, but I can't wait until we get the guys in that are actually going to be running those routes, come the regular season. So that was one of the incompletions. I talked about the Antonio Gibson one. Let's talk about that one. That was a 2nd and 5 on the 2nd possession. I got to have it. If you're Carson Wentz, this is the inaccuracy that we talk about with Wentz. And these are going to happen. You've got to precondition your brain to having a couple of misses like that, where you say, damn, that was an easy completion. You can't miss that one. That would have put us in. If that's 2nd and 10, that makes it 3rd and 3. You know what I'm saying? That's a 7-yard gain. He steps out of bounds. That's a simple 5-yard speed cut. I need you to hit that. That's easy. First day of practice. We're running a route tree and you run it out and you throw it on air. He was wide open. Corner was way off. You got to hit Gibson there. And he airmailed it over his head by 2 yards. So that was a little frustrating to miss that one. And I'm trying to think of the other incompletion. It's not did he try to get somebody killed underneath, or was that Heineke? I think he tried to get somebody lit up again this week underneath. Nah, maybe not. I think that was Heineke. That he got De'Ami Brown lit up last week, and then he got Cam Sims lit up this week, did Taylor Heineke, but then he came back and threw a touchdown pass to Cam Sims, who I told you guys the other day needs more opportunities. I think I said on Thursday's show, Cam Sims needs more opportunities, man. He really does. And you saw it. That was a beautiful catch. And that the only reason that catch happens is because that's top shelf. Cam Sims is 6'5". You saw where that ball was placed. That defender wasn't that far away from the ball, but that defender's not 6'5". That ball was thrown up top shelf. That's a great throw by Taylor Heineke. But back to Wentz, he does take the sack. I thought he's a little fidgety on that play, kind of ran into that sack. It wasn't great protection. Amani Rodgers, bless his heart, he tried to block. He's terrible in that department right now. And then Sam Cosmi was like, yo, I thought you had it. And Amani Rodgers like, you thought I had it? You know I ain't got shit. What do you mean you thought I had it? So Cosmi tries to come over and help him. It's too late. And he spins, and Wentz kind of, again, just didn't really know where to go. That's where the continuity up front, knowing what your guys are going to do, and that's how you are able to get out of the pocket and extend. He just didn't have a good feel for where he needed to be. whether I should go outside, should I go inside? He was flustered there, and he took the sack. And that sack hurt because you're in field goal range, and that sack takes you out of field goal range. And you can't go for it because it's now 3rd and 16, so 4th and 16. So that's a tough sack. You can't take that sack if you're Carson Wentz. All in all, it was a solid day. We moved the football. I think 2 of the 3 possessions that the first team offense had got into Chiefs territory. We just didn't know how to seal the deal. We didn't know how to close it and at least get a field goal attempt off. And then the other possession that didn't make it to Chiefs territory was right outside of Chiefs territory, like maybe the 48-yard line or so. Like, we got first downs on every single possession offensively. So I like what we're seeing. Remember, this is an offense that's still meshing and gelling together. We still don't have our 5 offensive linemen that we project to be starters for week 1. We didn't have our best third down back in J.D. McKissick. And you've got a quarterback that's still learning the system, adjusting to the players around him, and getting acclimated. These guys are all meshing and gelling together. So, and you're still trying to get on the same page with your offensive play caller. He's trying to learn what your strengths are. You're trying to learn, what he's looking for out of you. So there's still a lot of moving parts here. I like what I've seen, but of course you want to see more production because this is a production-based league. But that said, I walked away positive again from what the offense was able to do. I like the aggressiveness and the shots they're taking down the field. I just keep envisioning bigger targets, guys that we expect to be healthy, running those routes like a Cole Turner, which is why it sucks not having him, because I can imagine Cole Turner climbing the ladder and making a catch there. That was a catchable ball that he threw to Curtis Samuel. That was a great play by the defender. I can't stress that enough. But that was a catchable football. With a bigger target that goes up and gets it, that's a catchable football. So I thought Wentz was solid. Sands for the sack and the missed opportunity to Gibson on the 2nd down and 5. I thought it was a sharp afternoon again, much like last week. Nothing big, a couple of wide receiver screens. I mean, the dig to Terry over the middle was probably the best completion of the day for Carson Wentz. And so you like to see that, chunk play over the middle of the football field. Terry got involved. Jahan got involved. Diami got involved when Taylor Heineke came in. Speaking of Heineke, his drive was a thing of beauty. He came in and stroked it. This is why I said all along, we've got one of the best backup quarterback situations in the NFL. I trust our guy, number 4. If he's got to go in there, I don't want him in for 6 weeks. But if we got to have Heineke for a 3-week stretch, I feel confident that we're going to win 2 out of those 3 games, depending on the opponents. I just feel like if he's got to come in the 3rd quarter of a ball game, we're okay. He's going to give us a chance. Yeah, you're going to have some mistakes like we saw last week, but he's going to give you a fighting chance. That was a thing of beauty, that drive was. Went right down the field, made every single throw. That throw to Cam Sims, that is a baller throw. You hang in the pocket. After you just hung that man out to dry 2 plays previous, you come right back to him and you throw a dime in the back of the end zone on a 3rd down, no less. You didn't complete that. We're kicking a field goal. He puts that football right where it needed to be, away from the defender, up top shelf where only his 6'5" receiver can go get it. And Sims snatched it out of the air, got both feet down, had the presence of mind to know where he was on the field, got both feet down, and scored the touchdown. That's a thing of beauty. So it was good to see the 5 receivers that we know are going to make this football team. It was good to see all of them get some work in some capacity. Curtis Samuel had a nice little catch. That was a great little sidearm sling by Wentz to Curtis Samuel on a shallow cross with a defender literally right in his hip pocket. Defender had no idea that ball was coming. He snuck it right by him. Samuel able to catch it, get down and defend himself and not get injured. So I thought Wentz was good. He was solid. All right, this offense can be better, and it will be better. And you're not showing much, but I like what I saw in the limited exposure for this offense. All the receivers got involved. Gibson got involved as a pass catcher. Robinson showed what he can do on the ground yet again. Like I said, sky's the limit. When we get the tight end position back in order, this offense has a chance to be dynamic. I really like. That's the last time we're probably going to see him this preseason, by the way. So kind of have that lasting image in your head. And you probably won't see that group together again. Maybe Ron is like, we need a little bit more work, but the prevailing thought is you won't see any of those guys. Maybe Jahan, maybe some of the young guys play I'm thinking Ron's going to keep out all of the guys that they project as week 1 starters, guys that they'll be looking to have huge, heavy contributions from in week 1. Those guys won't see the light of day in this Ravens game next weekend. We'll see what happens. But I thought the offense was solid, and given that the offensive line and the tight ends held up for the most part, I thought that the offense had a better chance than I was giving them of producing. And I hate that it stalled out the way that it did. To get past midfield twice in 3 possessions and not come away with any points, that's frustrating. Tressway had a couple of punts where you're going, come on, man. You got Tress punting. His heels are on midfield. Like, that's insane. Like, he shouldn't be punting in those situations. So that's frustrating, or he's punting slightly behind midfield. That's frustrating, and 2 of our drives stalled out like that. And then, the third one, we got right around midfield and couldn't convert. So, and then you can't have the penalties, Sam Cosmi had a false start in this game on a 3rd and 5. That hurt us on that same possession where we ended up out of field goal range. You have a 3rd and 5, then you get a false start. It forces it to a 3rd and 10, and then he takes the sack, and now you're out of field goal range. That's as ugly of a sequence as we've had all preseason, and that's the kind of things that lose you football games. When you look back on the game, you say, well, damn, we lost that game by 6. That's a field goal opportunity, and you have the football late in the game, but you got no timeouts, and there's only 27 seconds left, which isn't enough time for you to go the length of the field. Well, if you only needed a field goal, it would have changed the way you would approach that. Those are the kind of things that change everything. Can't have a sequence there where it's 3rd and 5, which is 3rd and manageable, and you have a false start, and now it's 3rd and 10. Got to be more disciplined than that. That's the 2nd week in a row we've had a pre-snap procedure penalty that's hurt us. Got to be better than that. So, all in all, I thought it was a solid performance by both sides of the football, but, the same things continue to rear its ugly head. I'm not as concerned with it on the offensive side because I know why it's happening there in terms of them trying to mesh and gel together. Wentz coming into his own, Scott Turner and him getting on the same page. No J.D. McKissick. I understand why that, because the Chiefs aren't world beaters on defense. Without Chris Jones, they're a very average to below average NFL defense. I expected to move the football on them. I was disappointed that we didn't get any points as a first team unit. Defensively, I love the fight on 1st and 2nd downs against Mahomes and company, right? I absolutely abhor what I saw on 3rd downs. And again, one of the plays was Mahomes magic. Just Mahomes being a Houdini magician and making a play. But Cam Curl got cooked on 1 3rd down. He took a poor angle on another 3rd down. And, it was just too easy. The very first pass of the game, we're in zone coverage, and William Jackson III is playing 11 yards off, and Mahomes throws a 7-yard pass, and they get 11 yards on the play. Like, what are we doing? Like, why are we that far off? I don't understand why why? That's my biggest thing. And I'm not a press coverage every single snap guy because that's how you get beat. But why do we have to be so far off and allowing Mahomes to play pitch and catch with his receiver? I don't understand that logic. That never registers with me. There's certain instances where you need to be out. 3rd and 13, yeah, you play off. Keep everything in front of you. It's 1st and 10. Why are you giving him free 11 yards? It makes no sense. Anyway, let's get to your comments. See what you guys have to say. And let's attack this 2nd preseason game. Chiefs get it done 24-14 over the Washington Commanders and see what you guys have to say. All right. So we kick off the show tonight with a super from KP Flex. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. KP Flex writes, vanilla or not, there is no reason they should be 6 of 6 on 3rd down conversions. What do we do, Lou? How do we fix this? You're not wrong. Vanilla or not, there's no excuse. And it's just little subtle changes, honestly, KP. It's little subtle changes. Just guys doing their job better. And I talked about Cam Curl last week, blowing an assignment on a third down, a simple mesh concept. He blew the assignment. This week, it's man-to-man coverage. Mano y mano. He didn't get beat by Travis Kelce. He got beat by a third-string tight end. Right across his face. Ran right by him. Blew right by him. Down the field. On an all-out blitz. You got no help. It's all you, bro. He got cooked. Just be better. It's as simple as that. Be better. Mahomes is under duress, throws it to the running back on a swing route out of the backfield, and he takes a god-awful angle. Gets outran to the corner and past the first down sticks. Be better. Cam Sims, be better. Cam Curl, be better. That's 3 first downs out of the 5 that Mahomes converted on right there. And just trust me, it's Patrick Mahomes. Like, he's going to find the weakness in the defense and he's going to exploit. I mean, how many times did he keep plays alive with his legs? Like, there was constant pressure around him. The pocket constantly was crumbling around him, but he always found a way to either extend or get out of there and buy more time. It's tough, man, when a guy has that ability to maneuver around the pocket like Mahomes does. I feel the same way I felt last week. It's not egregious. It'd be much different if it's 3rd and 13 and we're sitting back in soft zone coverage and somebody just sits down in a hole like last year when we were playing the Chargers and Keenan Allen runs 2 yards short of the sticks on 3rd and 18. Nobody's around him. He catches it 2 yards short, turns around and dives for the first down. That's not what we're watching. That's the stuff that I can't stomach. When you tell me, hey, I'm blitzing, it's man-to-man, do your job, and we get beat, they're just better than us. That was the opportunity to get off the field. Jack said, all right, y'all want me to blitz? I sent 7. You were bitching last week, said I never send more than 6. I sent 7. It was man-to-man across the board, and our best safety got beat. What do you want me to do? I don't want you to do nothing, Jack. I like the call, bro. I like the call. I want Cam Curl to be better. That's what I want. It happens. Hell, on the touchdown, I think that was a 3rd down conversion to the tight end. The second one, not the first one. The first one was the first down to Jody Fortson, and Kendall Fuller didn't stand a chance. That second one, that's Mahomes. Extend. Last second, as he's about to get run out of bounds by the defender, throws a dart to Jody Fortson, and Cam Curl is right there. But as a wise woman once told me, almost doesn't count. Almost doesn't count. That shit don't count. This ain't horseshoes. That's a touchdown. Be better, Cam Sims. Or if I call Cam Sims one more damn time, be better, Cam Curl. That's 3 out of the 5. Now that I just think about it, 3 out of the 5 3rd down conversions that were had by Patrick Mahomes and his crew were on Cam Curl. Then you had the one where he makes the magician, throw back across his body. That's 4 out of the 5. These are abnormal plays. That one, the touchdown, I mean, again, maybe a handful of quarterbacks in the league can make that play. Maybe 7 or 8 guys can make that throw. Running to their left, and throwing that ball the way he threw it. But I need Cam Curl to find a way to break that thing up. I need him to be there. Don't meet me there, beat me there. That's what you say to the ball. All right. I'm not going to meet you there. I'm going to beat you there. So it's fixable. It's not, 3rd and 9 and we're sitting in zone coverage and somebody's wide ass open. That's the shit that frustrates me. It's man-to-man. We got pressure and our guy didn't win. Leo Benjamin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Leo writes, 3rd down D is a joke. 9 wins at best. Shaking my head. I mean, if they don't fix the 3rd down defense, it's going to be a long season. It's going to be a long season. You can overcome deficiencies on 3rd downs, but it's tough because you're putting strain on your defense. constantly putting strain on your defense, and you're limiting the amount of opportunities your offense gets. We saw it in week 1 last year against the Chargers. Chargers went 14 of 18 on third downs. And what did that do? The Chargers didn't score a bunch of points. If you recall, they had a couple of red zone turnovers. We were up in that game 16-13 with less than 7 minutes to go in the ball game, and Antonio Gibson fumbles. But what that effectively does, I think it was less than 10 minutes ago. What that effectively does is it keeps the offense from having a ton of opportunities. Remember, in that game, I think Washington offensively only had the ball like 6 times because the Chargers dominated time of possession. And that's what third down conversions do, is it kills your defense, but it also kills your offense because it doesn't give them as many opportunities as you would like them to have. So they've got to make the most of their opportunities because they're not getting as many as they should. So you can overcome poor third down defense, but it is tough. Rarely do you see teams in this league win and win big if they're awful on third downs. And right now we're awful on third downs. So I get it. 9 at best. If we play defense like this, throughout the course of the season, I don't even know if 9 wins is obtainable. You're going to have to outscore some teams to get to 9, possibly 10 with, a third down defensive effort like the ones we put forth in these first 2 preseason games. But I still contend that we'll be better. And I can tell you this. I know Baker Mayfield isn't a world beater, but we're not playing Patrick Mahomes. Thank God we're not playing him during the regular season, or really many quarterbacks that look like him. We've got 1 or 2 of them on the schedule this year, Aaron Rodgers being one of them. But we don't have many of those quarterbacks. Not like last year where you're like, oh, shit. Mahomes and Brady and Herbert and Rodgers and Russell Wilson. That was the schedule last year. That's not the schedule this year, which is why I don't foresee the conversions like we saw today happening on a consistent basis. But I can tell you this, we're going to have some mobile quarterbacks. And if we don't clean that shit up, because it seems like every week we're having quarterbacks rushing for, 10, 12 yards and escaping the pocket, finding a hole and getting yardage. We have to clean that shit up because we've got a steady diet of mobile quarterbacks that are not afraid to use their legs. Whether you're talking about week 1 and Trevor Lawrence, you're talking about Justin Fields, you're talking about Ryan Tannehill, you're talking about guys that will use their legs to extend plays and hurt you. So we got to tighten that shit up. This is a bunch of young guys like Jalen Hurts on the schedule that will cook our ass defensively if we don't stay in our rush lanes, keep contained, and not let guys find holes and exploit them on third downs. Because that's just as hurtful on a 3rd and 6 is to have great coverage and then the quarterback tuck it and run and pick up 8. That shit hurts just as bad as a third down completion. Home, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Home writes, Lou, please tell me what the hell is up with Cam Curl. I know he isn't the only one in the D backfield playing poorly, but damn, like I said, this is 2 weeks in a row he hasn't been great. I still believe in the young fella. This is not an indictment on Cam Curl and the overall nature of his play. He's struggling right now. He'll be fine when the season starts. That's what I contend because there's enough of a body of work there that I trust Cam Curl, right? So I'm not going to allow 2 preseason games to cloud my judgment on what kind of a football player he is. But he's struggling. I'm not going to lie to you. It's almost as if he's trying to do too much. Just do your job. That's it. Last week, he got caught doing too much. Do your job. Okay? Just do your job. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Just do your job and everything will work itself out. So, yeah, I was disappointed with him again today. He was definitely the culprit on 3 of those 5 third down conversions. You could charge it to Cam Curl's account. And the last 2 weeks, teams have been swiping that card on his account quite a bit. Okay? And it hasn't declined yet. Okay? I'm waiting for him to say that charge is gonna be declined. Sorry. Yeah, you guys overstepped your limit. I'm gonna have to decline that one. Contact your local bank and provider. See what's going on there. But you gotta punt in the meantime. I'm waiting for him to do that. He hasn't done that yet. They're swiping away. Swipe, 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 and it's always being accepted. He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. Again, don't lose sight of the fact that we know how good of a football player he can be, and he's going to be fine. But it's been a struggle these first 2 weeks. I'm not going to lie to you. Rexican American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Exican writes, I really hope we upgrade our safeties and linebackers in next year's draft. Our secondary is average at best. Uniforms look better with burgundy bottoms. I agree with that last statement. I said that at the top of the show. I really do like that look. Much better than the all whites. I agree with you. Rexkin. As far as linebackers and safeties go, I don't necessarily agree with the safety position. It's too early to talk about desperately needing an upgrade at safety right now. I'm not subscribing to that. We don't know what Percy Butler is. We don't know what Derek Forrest is yet. Cam Curl's a damn good football player, and I like Bobby McCain a lot. I don't have any issues with the safeties right now. Linebacker, totally different story. There needs to be an upgrade. I'm not saying that Cole Holcomb and Jamin Davis aren't the answer. They may ultimately be studs for us. Even if that's the case, we still need more depth at linebacker regardless. So I could definitely see them doing something to the linebacker position next year. And how high and how aggressive they go at that position will be determined by how much production they get out of the two guys that are primarily going to be playing for us this year at the linebacker position in Cole Holcomb and Jamin Davis. So we'll see what happens. But thank you again for the super chat. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Rob Yu, writes, Montez looks like he's ready to go off this year, and Cole Holcomb will solve that middle linebacker issue we've had for a while. Montez looks exceptional. I like what I'm seeing from him. I want to see more move variety, a lot of bull rush from him right now, but even that's working right now, And so I really like what Montez has given us as a rusher right now. I thought he's looked really good in both of these first two preseason games. So if he continues to play that way, I just need one guy inside to step up. If we can get consistency from Jonathan Allen or Payne or somebody inside to go along with Sweat coming off the edge, I think that could be a nightmare for opposing offenses. But he's going to need some help. He can't do it by himself. Cole Holcomb, I think he's going to be solid for us. But, he's going to have to really hone in as a middle linebacker. It's a lot different than him playing outside like he's been doing for the first few years of his career. He did get some middle linebacker work last year, but it's totally different now. He's been given the keys to the defense. He's been given full autonomy to make the checks, to get everybody lined up, to get the play call in, to communicate. And so I need him to be at his best. We're going to see if he can do that this year or not. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat once again. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Rob Yu, who writes, Lou, I'm still Team Gibson, but Robinson's decisiveness and ability to finish a run is impressive. I think me and you are on the same page. Like, as much as I want to see 24 back behind the quarterback or beside him, waiting for a handoff or a carry or catching it out of the backfield, I can't help but think how much smoother the offense is with Brian Robinson getting the totes on first and second down. I can't help but think, damn, that with Gibson, that might have been a 2-yard gain. That was 5 with Robinson. With Gibson, that might have been a 4-yard run. He just got 8 or 9 because he broke a tackle and finished it physically with low pad level and got an extra yard after contact as well. So I'm right there with you. He's decisive. He's downhill. He's physical. He finishes hard. It's hard for me to imagine them putting Gibby back in right now. I think they like the flow and the rhythm of the offense with Robinson back there. He's just a more natural runner. That's clearly obvious. But again, they understand the talent that is Antonio Gibson, which is why they find ways to get him involved. And they showed us a little bit of what he can be for this offense. And I like it. I like it a lot. So good to know that in a pinch, if we need him, Gibson's still there, right? That's a good problem to have. Redsican American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Mexican American writes, one of the best running back trios in the NFL, number one in the NFC East. It's a hell of a trio, that we have. Again, it's a great problem to have when you've got three backs that have the skill sets that we have in our backfield. I feel confident with each and every single one of them on the field. Each and every single one of them. And they all bring a little something different to the table, but all of those guys can get it done at a very high level. So I feel good about it, for sure. Let's see. Got another super chat. This one is from Austin Silvernail. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Austin writes, the offense doesn't worry me as much as the defense might as well. Put out the cardboard cut-ups. They can probably defend better. I feel the same way about you as far as the worry concerns are. I don't worry about the offense right now. I think they're the least of my worries. I'm more concerned about this defense. And I told you that before we even got to training camp, that my concern was going to be with the defense, because they were at times grotesque last season. And offensively, we can make light of Taylor Heineke's arm strength, this, that, and the third, but he competed his balls off last year, and he gave us a chance offensively at times. And there were times where he had to bail the defense out because they were so bad. Obviously the Giants game and the Falcons game are two that come to mind. So I just think that the offense, with all the talent and having an upgraded quarterback, we're going to be fine. It's the defense that I'm concerned about, because to be honest with you, going into the season, I was expecting the offense to have to carry the defense until the defense got their shit together. With all the injuries, it might be vice versa, and the offense might be a little slow to start because there's been no continuity. We still haven't seen the five guys that we project to be the offensive line starters play in a single game, or even a practice for that matter, to this point. We haven't seen those five guys take a single snap together. So we're still waiting on that. We haven't seen the tight ends in over 2 weeks. We haven't seen the tight ends in over 2 weeks. So there's a lot of moving parts. We're still trying to figure it out. So it might take a little while. Offensively, they may not come out of the gates guns a-blazing. Give them a couple of weeks and they may start to fire on all cylinders. Once everybody gets back and they kind of get their feet under them and everybody's starting to kind of, gel and mesh and acclimate themselves well, the defense is no excuse. You're missing one guy, and that guy's Chase Young. Other than that, and you knew he wasn't going to be there. And you just got to be better. Plain and simple, the defense has to be better. Six for six on third down ain't going to cut it. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. My username says it all, Lou. Touche. 6 for 6 on third downs ain't going to cut it. I totally get it. 5 of 5 with Mahomes and company in the game, and then their third string quarterback comes in and scrambles for a first down to make it 6 of 6 to start the game off. That's as bad as it gets. Mahomes, I said we have the ability to control how long Patrick Mahomes and their first team offense plays. I said if they boat race us 2 possessions in a row, their day is done. They boat raced us 2 possessions in a row, their day was done. That's not ideal because they left the game with probably about 11 minutes to go or so in the second quarter. They were done. Their evening was done. They had already done what they needed to do, got their work in, and they were finished. Put 14 points up on 2 possessions. They were solid. That's frustrating, but that's life when you're playing against one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. So, you're right. Your username says it all. That's frustrating. Anyway, Wilfredo Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Wilfredo Elias, writes, hey, Lou. What's up, Wilfredo? Says definitely not encouraging on the defensive side, but ultimately we aren't playing Mahomes this year. I said the same thing. Thank God we're not playing him anymore. And we're not playing anybody other than Rodgers. I think I'm trying to play the schedule through my head. I think Rodgers is the only guy that even remotely resembles, a Patrick Mahomes skill set. So, and even Rodgers isn't as mobile as he once was. So, I'm not. I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't, glad to see them go and know that we don't have to see them again this season. We got a bunch of quarterbacks that look nothing like him on the schedule. So he says also Scott's play calling seems more complicated than it needs to be. Is Curl a concern? As far as Scott Turner's play calling is concerned, I don't know how you could talk about the play calling being complicated right now. It's preseason. Like they're literally running bubble screens and speed outs and, simple things to get guys involved. They're doing nothing right now that really makes you think that they're running things that we'll see. We haven't done one creative thing with Curtis Samuel yet. Like they're going to probably line him up in the backfield. They're probably going to get him on some jet sweeps. They're going to do some creative things with these guys. We haven't seen any of that. So we're literally not even scratching the surface of what we can do offensively. So that I'm not concerned about. As far as Curl being a concern, you can't say that he's not a concern at this point, but I would put it, far down on the list of things I'm concerned about. I know he's a good football player. I know he's going to show up. He's going to play hard. He's going to be where he's supposed to be. He's going to do all the things that I'm accustomed to seeing Cam Curl do. So I'm not really tripping, but how can you ignore? You can't just ignore the things that we've seen the first. It would be the equivalent of Terry McLaurin in the first 2 games with 4 drops. You'd be like, is there? Do we have a Terry problem right now? You would go, no, he's that guy. We know what Terry is. When the regular season starts, similar to Jamar Chase last year. Remember, he couldn't catch claps in a whorehouse last year in the preseason. What did he do? He exploded for one of the greatest rookie receiving seasons we ever seen in NFL history. So you you acknowledge, hey, we did watch this man drop the football, but we know the talent suggests that that's not going to continue to occur. I feel the same way about Cam Curl. Look, he hasn't played well these first 2 preseason games. And we can all acknowledge that. And you can't ignore it, all right? You can't just turn a blind eye and act like it didn't happen. It happened, and it's killing us because it's happening on the most important down, which is 3rd down. So you can't ignore it, but you also have to be able to set that aside and say the body of work that we've seen from Cam Curl in his first 2 NFL campaigns suggests that when the season starts, he's going to play top-notch football and give us a chance to win. He will help us. He will not hurt us. His play will be a positive and not a detriment. So is there a concern? If you have one, it should be a small one. It shouldn't be a great one. I don't have any concerns with him, but I have been disappointed with his play in the preseason. But I'm going to give Cam Curl the benefit of the doubt because he's built up equity with me. So I'm willing to say when the lights start shining its brightest and the stage is its biggest, Cam Curl's going to show up and play ball. So I'm not concerned. Thank you for that super chat. Wilfredo Elias. Got another super chat here from Trevor Patch. Thank you for the super chat, Trevor Patch. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, first of all, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, oh no, Lou, we suck again. Nah, not yet. But I can tell you what, the 3rd down defense may suck again if we don't tighten up. Again, the only reason I am not losing my shit over the 3rd down defense is because it's one guy here, it's one guy there, and it's, for the most part, in this preseason, or specifically in this game, not necessarily the last game, but this game in particular. And even, some plays last week, it was man-to-man. It's literally mano-a-mano. You got a guy in front of you, cover him, and we get a win on 3rd down. And we haven't been able to do that. And so I love the fact that Jack is pulling back the curtain just a bit, And he's not doing it for our, satisfaction. So he can say, see, y'all wanted me to blitz. This is why I don't blitz. Ron told him, I need you to be more aggressive. I need us to get off the field on 3rd down. Like he's adhering to the coach's wishes. Jack wants to get off the field on 3rd downs, obviously. You'd like to do that rushing 4. You don't want to blitz. You don't want to compromise your defense. You don't want to ask guys to do something they're not comfortable doing, maybe covering man-to-man for longer periods of time than you would like them to, because while we do have athletes on the back end, Cam Curl, there's a reason he was a 7th-round pick. We can sit here and talk about COVID and no combine, and he would have went earlier. Yeah, he would have went 5th round earlier. Okay, Cam Curl was a 4.6 athlete coming out of Arkansas. Let's not act like he's a 4.4 guy and he got cooked by a 3rd-string tight end and we don't know what happened. Cam Curl has gotten cooked in man-to-man coverage his entire career, which is why I don't like him that far away from the line of scrimmage covering one-on-one. We've seen this before, but that's not his strength. That's not his game. This is why you drafted Percy Butler. For situations like this, you're going to blitz. It's man-to-man. Put Percy Butler in there. Let him run with that guy. Put Bobby McCain on that tight end. Let him run with that tight end. I think that was another 3rd down conversion. If I'm playing them back in my head, we've talked about 4 of the 5 Mahomes 3rd down conversions. I think the last one was the one he threw on Bobby McCain. I think that was a 3rd down. That might have been a 2nd down. But that's another extension of the play. Mahomes extend, throws a loft job over the head of Bobby McCain into the waiting arms of their 18th string tight end, Noah Gray. Like, they got like tight ends for days in Kansas City. And it was just out his outstretched arms. Anyway, I think the defense is going to be fine. And nothing that you've seen suggests that it will be. I actually like what they've done on 1st and 2nd downs. 3rd down is the money down. We're all aware of this. If they can't clean that up, just like Antonio Gibson can't clean up his foot, then we have a problem. But from what I've seen, again, it's not the kind of stuff that makes me want to vomit. The stuff that makes me want to vomit is the undisciplined zone coverage where we're not carrying routes, where we're not pattern matching, and we're letting guys sit down wide open, unabated, no one even within 2 yards of the guy catching the football, and it's an easy 3rd down conversion. That's the shit that makes me want to regurgitate. I haven't seen that. Guys are around the football. They're there. It's better throws. It's getting beat man-to-man coverage. Shit happens. Make them make throws. That's all I ask. Is don't give them an easy pitch and catch on 3rd down. Make them make a throw. And Mahomes made throws. Every single one of these 3rd downs, with even the one over Cam Curl, that's a good throw by Mahomes. That's not an easy throw either. Make them make a throw. Make Trevor Lawrence, make Justin Fields, make Davis Mills, make Trey Lance, make these 2nd-year quarterbacks make throws. Make Jalen Hurts make throws. Make Ryan Tannehill, make Marcus Mariota make throws. If they do, tip your cap, because they're not Patrick Mahomes. Our guys are making them have to make throws. And if they make them, you tip your cap. I can respect that. And I can build off of that. Do I want them to be better? You damn right. You damn right. This is not good enough. 6 of 6, as somebody said, ain't cutting it. It ain't it. It ain't getting it done. And you're not going to win football games doing that. But again, I feel like a lot of these mistakes are correctable. Let's see. Spencer Collis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Louie. 3 words: unprepared, undisciplined, uninspiring. I understand Mahomes is Mahomes, but wow, our first team looked fat and slow. I disagree with that. I disagree. I thought we stopped the run effectively. They didn't make a concerted effort to throw. They looked like they were trying to get Mahomes into midseason form, be ready for week 1 throwing it. I think he threw it like 18 times. Let me check Mahomes' numbers in this game. I think he threw it like 19 times, 12 of 19 for 162 and 2 tubs for Mahomes in this game. They made a concerted effort to throw the football, but when you look at the rush totals, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 2 rushes, 4 yards. That came in with the first team. The Isaiah Pacheco guy was in with the first team as well. 4 carries, 8 yards, 2 yards per carry. Derek Gore, he was in later on. So the 2 guys that were in with the first team They had nothing on the ground. We essentially reduced them to throwing the football, which is what they ultimately wanted to do. But we put them in some down and distances that's advantageous for the defense, and we just didn't get the job done. That's the frustrating part. Is you got them in 3rd and 8, you got them in 3rd and 10, and Mahomes got them to convert. But to me, again, I can't stress this enough, and I know some of y'all not trying to hit this shit, and I get it. I like the fact that we're forcing the quarterback to have to make a throw. And if they make the throw, you tip your cap. Last year, there were pitch and catch opportunities on 3rd down where there wasn't defenders in sight. You're not seeing that right now. Cam Curl takes a bad angle. Cam Curl gets beat across the field on a deep over route. Cam Curl gets beat on a play where you're asking Cam Curl to cover for 6 seconds. I don't give a shit how good of a DB you are. That's a long damn time as Mahomes surveys, then rolls out to his left, buys time, and then finds the tight end running towards the pylon. That's a long time to ask Cam Curl to cover in his defense. Patrick Mahomes rolls out to his left after being in the pocket for a while, and then jumps in the air and throws to his right. I mean, what do you want the defense to do? I wish I had an answer for you, but there's no defense in that. I don't think the defense looked fat and slow. I thought they did their jobs on 1st and 2nd down. Again, the money down is 3rd down. That's where they continue to struggle and fail, and that's where they have to be better. And I think they will be better. It can't be any worse. Can't be any worse. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wings 01 writes, Cam gets popped and be like, so you haven't chosen? Death. So you have chosen death. He says, seriously, though, glad he's okay. And he showed why we need him with his size. Curtis got bullied. I said this on Thursday, and I know I already said this. I'm going to reiterate it, though. He needs more opportunities. I'm talking about with the first team. Cam Sims does. Especially when we get – and what did I say on I think it was Thursday. Might have been Wednesday show. Definitely, if not Wednesday, Thursday show. I said Cam Sims needs more opportunities, especially where? In the red zone. Where did that catch come? In the red zone. In the end zone. That's where his size is going to show up the most. Like, for me, with that first team offense, these last 2 weeks, we've thrown that rail route. And, the first one was designed for the tight end, and it happened to be Amani Rodgers, which it would have been Cole Turner or Logan Thomas, right? But it was designed for the tight end. This one was designed for a wide receiver. Why not let Cam Sims run that route? Why do you have a 5'11" receiver going up trying to climb the ladder there? Why not let the 6'5" receiver run that route and throw it up to him instead? Just a suggestion. Cam Sims need more opportunities because when he gets them, he usually makes the most of them. Curtis got bullied. Are you talking about on the deep ball? I don't know if that's what you're referring to or not, but that was good coverage. That was good coverage. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Jamin still hesitating badly, giving up plays. I got to go back and watch because I'm not going to sit here and act like I watched him on every single snap, but I saw him be aggressive. I saw him, like I said, there's a play in there where he stonewalls the center, sheds him, and makes the tackle for either a gain of 1 or no gain. I thought he was aggressive again, but I have to watch. He was aggressive last week. I thought he was aggressive and physical again this week in the plays that I was watching him specifically. I got to go back and watch, and I'll be able to assess that, early next week. I'll be able to come back and tell you upon further review, yeah, Jamin was hesitating, and yeah, he had a tough go of it. Or, I like what Jamin was doing. I just need him to be more aggressive getting to the ball carrier. He was aggressive, taking on blocks. Now I need him to shed and get to the ball carrier more often. So we'll see. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Derek B writes, 15 gets touchdowns on D if field equals 1,000 yards, 10, 31, 52, thumbs down, 1 and 8, thumbs up. So Yeah, he would have still scored if he had to go 1,000 yards. He would have been 14 or 14 on third down then, instead of just, I think it was maybe 3 of 3 on the opening possession and then 2 of 2 on the final possession he was on the field. But he didn't like in this game Curtis Samuel. He didn't like Cam Curl, and he didn't like Jamin Davis. And he liked Jahan Dotson and Brian Robinson. I would add Shaka Toney on the good list. He had a sack. He continues to impress me coming off the edge. I would add, let's see who else I thought had a really strong performance. I would throw Terry in there. I thought he looked good. Is he starting to rev it up for the season? I would throw Cam Sims in there. Had the touchdown grab after taking a shot. Had the catch over the middle, the first catch he had on the first third down, I want to say. It might have been second down for Heineke when he's in the game. So I think there were a number of guys that, performed well, but they got a lot to clean up. That is for sure. Let's see. Gideon Wayne, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Gideon writes, what do you think of Heineke so far? He's exactly what I envisioned him being. A top 7 backup quarterback in the league. And he might climb as I go through the rest of the league and look at their situations from a backup standpoint. He might even climb, but he's no worse than the 7th best backup quarterback in the league, if you ask me right now. And I can do that without going through the league. I can just tell you, watching football, as much as I've watched, knowing the backup situation for most teams in the NFL, which sucks, he's a top 7 quarterback. There's some guys like, Gardner Minshew in the league that can get it done as a backup that are probably higher than him, but they're not many. They're not many. There are a bunch of veteran journeymen, like the Chiefs have Chad Henne. Solid, Chad Henne, solid, but I take Taylor Heineke over Chad Henne, So he's looked good. Even last week, he threw the interception. We were in scoring range. That's what sucked about that interception. Is if that ball is thrown away out of bounds, we get a field goal. So Heineke's looked sharp. He knows his offense. He should look sharp. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Red Wings 01 writes, playing 10 yards off the line on 3rd and 2. Really? That's the stuff that frustrates me. Some defenses call for you to play off, though. Like certain technique and leverage you must play with while playing this particular scheme, right? That's frustrating, though, because know the down and distance. Situational football, right? We talk about this all the time. Situational football is important. Third downs, that's one of those situations. So if it's 3rd and 2, I don't want you 7 yards off on 3rd and 2. The most I want you off is 5 yards. They run that slant, you can drive on it and break it up like Kendall Fuller did. When you're playing the right amount of distance off, you're able to break on that and make a play. When you're too damn far off, you can't do anything. It's like stealing. It's free lunch. I call it free lunch. It shouldn't be no free meals over here, especially on 3rd down. Shouldn't be any free meals. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Rob Yu writes, thoughts on Sadiq Charles' performance? I thought Sadiq was solid. I'm going to go back and watch him in particular in the rest of the offensive line. Hell, Aaron Montero wasn't bad. Like, we didn't give up any pressures, for real. He took the sack at the very end. I put more of that sack on, Amani Rodgers, and Sam Cosmi came over late. But and Wentz didn't help that situation either. He was kind of like a chicken with his head cut off there. He didn't really know where to go. He couldn't read the block of Amani Rodgers to know where to go off of what he was doing. But all in all, he had time to throw, and they did a good job, an adequate job in the run game. So as a collective unit, I thought they really held up, and showed well. Individually, I got to go back and watch to see, what each guy did, because let's keep it a buck. If Wes Schweitzer isn't ready, Sadiq might have to start at right guard, because who knows what the hell is going on with Trey Turner, man. Okay? Who knows? We haven't seen this guy since July. So that'll be something I'll definitely be looking for. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Trevor Patch. My guy Trev writes, week 1 versus Jags, it's 0-17, and Carson's first drive after half stalls out. Do you pull him for TH or risk the loss of potential shutout by worst team in last 2 years? No, you can't. This is why a lot of you are fans and not coaches. As a coach, it is your job to have the pulse of the team, understand what it means to be a coach, and understand what your decisions ultimately do to the locker room. As a coach, you can lose your team. He wouldn't lose the team by sticking with Carson in week 1, down 17-0. And if they got shut out 20-0 by the Jaguars and the offense was a joke, he still wouldn't be, he wouldn't be questioned about sticking with your starter in the first week of the season. You know what would make his players start to question him? Pulling Carson Wentz. Unless Wentz is the absolute reason that we're down 17-0 and he's thrown 3 picks and he's looked horrible and he looks like a guy that shouldn't even be in the league, then yes, you pull him. But if it's just missed throw on 3rd down and 3, you took a shot down the field, it didn't work. And clearly, if Jacksonville's got 17 points, the defense isn't holding up their end of the bargain. So they're probably giving up long drives that have stalled out the offense, having more opportunities. So let's say because it's 17-0 at half, that means the defense has given up 2 touchdowns and a field goal. And let's assume that the final field goal came right before the half for Jacksonville. So that wasn't a long drive. It was a 2-minute drive. Let's say that the offense only had 3 possessions in the first half. Let's say the offense had 3 possessions. Jacksonville got the opening kickoff and marched down the field on a 14-play, 75-yard drive that spanned the first 8 minutes and 27 seconds of the first quarter. That's half of the first quarter right there. And let's say we got the football, just like we did today, got a couple of first downs, got out to around midfield, even in the Jaguars territory, drive stalled out, we had to punt. Like Tressway did tonight, which really pissed me off. He kicked the football in the end zone, so it's a touchback. So they started the 20-yard line, and Jacksonville proceeds to then go on another marathon drive. This time, 15 plays, 80 yards, and this time it takes 9 minutes and 32 seconds, spanning the end of the first quarter into the second quarter. So now the offense gets the ball for the second time in the game with about 13, 12 minutes left in the second quarter. And they move it again. And just like this time, just like in this game, they get all the way in the field goal range, false start on 3rd and 5, sack, and now you're out of field goal range and you got to punt. So you just ate up another 5 minutes of the second quarter clock. You kick it back to Jacksonville. All right. And Jacksonville is able to get the ball, move it down the field, and they have to punt. They're lone punt of the first half. We go 3 and out that last possession offensively. Jacksonville gets it back with about 2:31 left. They move it down the field and end up kicking the field goal. And it's 17-0. Offense has had it 3 times. Moved it twice, went 3 and out once. Are you killing Carson Wentz for that? Are you benching him because of that? Like, no, absolutely not. You're not happy about anything that has transpired to this point, but benching your quarterback isn't the answer, and it's not going to make the team rally around Heineke or rally around you as a coach. It's going to make them question you as a coach. Because if you'll do that to the starting quarterback, what does that mean for me? I can tell you as an athlete, the worst thing you can do is snatch confidence away from a player. You want a guy to have infinite confidence in himself and what he's capable of, but coaches also instill confidence in players. I can tell you when I played basketball, I was a 3-and-D guy and I was off the bench. The one thing I hated playing off the bench, because I was a starter my whole life, and then I got to high school and I wasn't good enough to start anymore. And I was playing JV, and the worst thing you can do as a bench guy is keep looking over at the scores table every time there's a dead ball. There's a deflection out of bounds. Somebody fouls somebody. You're scared to take a shot. You missed that shot. Damn, did this coach think that was a bad shot? So now you're looking over. You see somebody kneeling down at the scores table. Is that for me? Nobody ever wants to be the guy looking over his shoulder. You can't play your game when you're constantly looking over your shoulder wondering, did I make a mistake and is he going to pull me? If he's willing to do that to the quarterback after a half of football in week 1, what do you think he'll do to me as a safety, as a linebacker, as a receiver, as a running back, as a tight end? What do you think he'll do to me? That's the quarterback. So, no, that's asinine. Now, again, if Wentz throws 3 first-half interceptions and they all lead to the 17 points the Jacksonville Jaguars have, and you're like, this guy's killing us, then maybe that's something to discuss. But Wentz doesn't throw 3 interceptions in a half. He might throw 3 in a game, and that's rare because this is a guy that usually is somewhere in the 7 to 8 interception range when the season's done. Like, he's not a 15 interception guy. He did that once in his career. That was in 2020. That's not usually who he is. So the likelihood that he throws 3 picks and a half, slim and none. But anything can happen. But unless that's the scenario, which I doubt it would be, no, you can't pull your quarterback in week 1. That'd be crazy. Rockman 1033. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Love the thumbnail. Writes, what's your overall grade for the team today? Probably a C-. I thought the defense was about a C-, D+ because of the third downs. Obviously, I felt good about what they did on first and second down. I truly did. Like, if you would have told me to give them a first and second down grade, it's an A-, B+. It's the third down grade that's an F. So that's what's dragging the grade down overall. The offense, they're rating that same. They're like a C, a solid C, not a C+, not a C-, like a solid C because they moved the football. We didn't go 3 and out once, and that's not the barometer. That's not the measuring stick. Don't go 3 and out, but they didn't go 3 and out once in this game against the Chiefs' first team defense. They just failed to convert when we got into those third down situations in Chiefs territory. That's when we clammed up and we failed to convert. And then we had one where we were 3rd and 5, and then you get a false start penalty, makes it 3rd and 10. That sucks. You worked hard to get to 3rd and 5, which is 3rd and manageable, and you deleted everything you did on first and second down with one pre-snap penalty, and now you're back to square one at 3rd and 10. That's tough. That's not impossible to convert 3rd and 10, but that's tough. So I thought the offense was a C. Joey Sly looked good in his kicks, made the kicks that he attempted in this game. What did he kick? One? How many? It's 14, right? So he kicked 2 extra points. He was fine. Boomed it out of the end zone a couple of times on kickoffs. I didn't think Tressway was his best today. He had the one that, like, again, if you're going to punt in the other team's territory, I need you to make sure that they're fair catching that bad boy at the 8, not having that thing bounce in the end zone and be a touchback and they start at the 20. Because now you're netting every bit of 12 to 15 yards of field position. That's garbage. So special teams was all right. Overall, this was a C- performance by the overall team, somewhere in that neighborhood. C-. Let's see. B-Ball God, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. B-Ball God writes, we in mid-season form already, laughing my ass off. Just preseason, but oof. Yeah. I told you all our preseason games feel the same. Start slow, but some of y'all are like, that's regular season games too, Louie. Yeah. But I think there are games where defense starts better than this. It seems like all our preseason games, we give up some points early, or the other team doesn't score, but we don't score on offense either. And then they score, they take a little bit of a lead, and we try to rally back and make it interesting. And then, ultimately we lose the game. That's how it feels like every one of these preseason games go. The key for this team is going to be, I don't think we're a great come from behind outfit. That takes winning. and confidence that no matter what, we can come back and win. You got to stack up some dubs before you get to a point where we're never out of a game. I think we need to be front runners early in this season. I think, if we fall behind Jacksonville 10-0, 14-0 week one, we could be in some trouble. This unit is unproven. This team, I don't know if they have the grit and the tenacity and the mental fortitude yet to erase a 10, 14-point deficit and come back and win a game. So I think the slow starts right now are an issue. I think when the regular season hits, we have got to start faster, both on the offensive and defensive sides of the football. Jacksonville can't win the opening toss, defer. We go 3 and out. They get the football and they march down the field and score a touchdown, and we're down 7-0. That is the absolute worst start possible, because not only did you get the football first and not do anything, they get the ball after half as well with that scenario. I need, and what would be also crippling is if we kick off, we win the toss, defer to the second half, they get the opening kickoff and march down, 13 plays, 75 yards and score a touchdown. That sucks too. But you can overcome that, but it sucks. Like, we need to get off to a faster start. So it kind of does feel like mid-season formish, because that's the kind of stuff we do in the regular season too. Let's see. Got another super chat. This one is from J. Kurt 20. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. J. Kurt 20 writes, Ron might need to think about firing Jack in season at least by week 4 if the defense continues to struggle. He has to pull the plug. Pass rush stinks. I disagree with the entire statement here, because, again, it's easy. Low-hanging fruit is to blame Jack. His play calls are terrible. We can't get off the field on third down. It's got to be Jack's fault. Jack's going to get the blame ultimately, but his players aren't making it. Like, your players can make your call right even when you make the wrong call. If you got dogs, if you've got ballers, how many times has a player made a coach right? That was a terrible offensive play call for that situation, but a guy made a play, so it all worked out in the end. We're not questioning the offensive coordinator. We're not questioning, because it worked. If that blitz that Jack ran on third down and 10 is successful, they get to Mahomes, or Cam Curl doesn't get burnt to a crisp, and we get a stop there, do you feel as upset, feel like Jack is on the hot seat and needs to go? You might still feel that way, because that's one play, that this is one preseason game, doesn't erase what we were 31st in the league, in third down defense last year. Doesn't erase that. But the year before that, we were 6th in the league in third down defense. So that's your 2 years of Jack. One really good year, one terrible year. Let's see what the third year brings. But the players have to play better. We're not always going to love the defensive call. Why are they playing off so far? Why didn't they blitz there? Why are we playing zone? Why not play man? Well, you saw a little bit of that tonight. Why not play man? Because Benjamin St. Juste got worked in the slot, and there wasn't any safety help. And if Mahomes puts that on the receiver, it's a touchdown. That's why you don't play man coverage. William Jackson III can play man. Kendall Fuller can play man. That doesn't mean that your big nickel can play in the slot. That doesn't mean your safety can come down over the slot and play your slot for you and Cam Curl. You gotta be really cognizant of what guys' skills are, their strengths and their weaknesses. And I'm getting a little inside information as to why Jack hasn't been as aggressive on third downs. Now you're seeing it. He's protecting some of these dudes. I don't think, and I don't agree. The pass rush to me didn't stink. There were times when Mahomes had a ton of time, but I thought for the most part, they didn't want to be too aggressive. They stayed in their rush lanes, and Mahomes just did what Mahomes does. He extended, he bought time, he maneuvered when he was in the pocket. He did the shit that one of the best quarterbacks in football does, okay? There's not much more for me to add there. I'm not overreacting yet. Excuse me. Let's see. Big Money Sonny, my guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. And thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Sonny writes, I'm heated. I know why. You know, the third down defense, it'll heat you up quick. I mean, that's some shit that'll put you in the microwave real quick, is allowing Mahomes and company. And that was my biggest fear in this game. Like I told you guys when I talked about the preview and I talked about what, you know, I wanted to see from the defense, I said the biggest fear I have going into this game is that Mahomes and company boat race us on 2 straight possessions, score 2 touchdowns, and they're done. I wanted the defense to get more work against Mahomes in that offense, and iron sharpens iron. But right now, apparently, we're not iron. That was an ironclad offense that we saw today, and apparently, we're wood. And iron doesn't sharpen wood. It can, but it usually doesn't. It dents wood and it breaks wood. So they broke us today defensively on third downs. They broke us. We stood tall on first and second down. We puffed our chest out, and then Mahomes caved our shit in on third downs 5 times. So back to the drawing board. I mean, that's all I can tell you. And I can tell you that we aren't playing Patrick Mahomes in week 1. We're not playing Patrick Mahomes in week 2 or week 3. Okay, it's Jared Goff in week 2. It's Trevor Lawrence in week 1. It's just it's Jalen Hurts in week 3. I'm not afraid of any of those quarterbacks. All of them equally can hurt us in different ways, especially Lawrence and Hurts, if you're not careful, especially on third downs with their legs. But they're not Mahomes. You know, we're going to get off the field on some third downs against these teams in the first 3 weeks before we get to Dallas. That's the team that can hurt us on third downs if we're not careful. But hopefully we'll have our shit together by then. All right, I'm optimistic because of the schedule. I can't stress this enough. If you would have told me, even if we had Carson Wentz, that we were playing the schedule that we played last year, I'm not predicting 12, 11, 10, or anything remotely close to that wins. The only reason I'm still confident, even after seeing the defense play the way that it's played on third downs the first 2 weeks of the preseason, is because I'm super confident in this offense because it's the best quarterback we've had since Kirk Cousins. And all the weapons that he's surrounded with, the best he's had in his career, okay? It's the most offensive talent we've seen in Washington probably since the Deshaun Jackson, Pierre Garçon, and Jordan Reed days of 2015 and 2016. And Jamison Crowder as well. We have, those teams had no run game at all. We have a run game. We have tight ends. We have receivers. We have an offensive line that can protect. We've got a quarterback that we think can deliver the football and distribute. We've got everything we need offensively to be explosive. I'm optimistic because of that and the schedule, okay? And because we play Jacksonville and Detroit and Chicago and Atlanta and Houston. And I've said this before, those teams are licking their chops. Washington. They're looking at us like food. So I may mention those teams and feel like we can win those games. They're mentioning us and expecting to win those games. Somebody's going to eat. I think it's going to be us. But we'll see. All right? If we play the way we've played on third downs in the regular season, like we have in the preseason, then those teams will eat. And unfortunately, we will find ourselves on the wrong side of the score. But I've got a feeling that once we get into the regular season, we start game planning to stop teams. We'll be better on third downs. This offense will be dynamic, hard to stop. We'll score points, and we'll put pressure on the opposing offense to catch up and keep up with us. And that is why I am confident. Am I crazy? Maybe. But you guys, if you've been watching me for any amount of time, then you know I'm not a crazy, over-the-top, every year the season gets close, I start talking reckless type of guy. Generally, I look at the team and I tell you we've got deficiencies and the schedule's tough and I just don't like the quarterback situation or I don't like this. And I tell you, this is probably a 7 or 8 win team max. The ball bounces our way. Maybe we win 9 or 10 games. But the floor is 7. We'll probably win 6 or 7 games and that's going to be the season. I'll tell you guys that, and I tell you that all the time. I told you going into the 2019 season, we are going to stink. We are going to be terrible. We're one of the worst teams in football. And what happened came to fruition. The schedule was brutal. Those first 5 weeks of the season, I'm like, Jay Gruden may get fired, and he got fired. I think this team has a chance this year. 12-5, 11-6 is the magic number. 12-5 is what I'm aiming for. I'm aiming high. I'm setting the bar high. I'm not a low-hanging fruit guy. Well, we might be able to win 8 or 9 games. That's a low bar because we went 7-10 last year against a murderer's row schedule with a less than average offense and a below average defense. We won 7 games last season against a brutal schedule. We're not playing that schedule. We have a much better offense, and the defense is going to be better because of the schedule that we're playing this year. I'm not setting the bar at 8, 9 wins because that's not good enough. I'm setting it at 12, and either they can hit it or die trying and just miss it, but go 11-6, and I'll be just as proud of them if they do that as I would have been if they would have went 12-5. So, yeah, you're heated. That's fine. It's the preseason. I wouldn't overreact. I'm not telling you not to feel a type of way, okay? Because we would all like this team to look magnificent in the preseason. But you know what that means? Absolutely nothing. You could look fantastic in the preseason and get your damn head taken off in the regular season. You could look like straight garbage in the preseason and get to the regular season and start chopping off heads. I'm hoping we're the latter and not the former. Well, we're not the former because we haven't looked spectacular in the preseason, but I'm hoping we're the latter. Yeah, it hasn't been great by any stretch of the imagination. You can see the growth, especially on the offensive side of the football. You can see the growth. See that this is a work in progress. I like what I've seen from the defense. I really have. Just not on third downs. So they've got to be better. And I think they will. When they start game planning, when they start getting into the particulars of who they're playing against and what their tendencies are, you're getting vanilla coverage on third down. They blitz today. It's man-to-man. You can't get more basic than that. We're sending 7 more than they can protect. They got 6-man protection. We're sending 7. Someone's coming hot. And we had a defender coming hot. It was Benjamin St-Juste off the slot, unabated to the quarterback. That's what you want. Mahomes has to get rid of it. It's man-to-man. It doesn't get more basic than that. And we got beat. What do you want Jack to do? And then if he plays zone, you're killing him because he didn't blitz. Can't have it both ways. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Big Money Sonny, who writes, defense is trash. You said we were going to be all right, Lou. And I meant that. Like, again, I don't know what you guys want after 2 preseason games. I don't know what you want. Obviously, none of us want 6 of 6 at one point on third downs and 14 points on the scoreboard after 2 possessions. Okay? Clearly, that is not what the goal and objective was when we went into this game defensively. But I can tell you that the preseason isn't for overreaction. It's not for overreaction. If you're going to overreact to the preseason, you got a long year ahead of you. Okay? I don't even know how you make it through these football games if you're overreacting to 6 of 6 in the preseason, because these games are going to be heart attacks for you. We're right now, as we are constructed, we aren't an ass-kicking team. We're not going to be winning games comfortably in the fourth quarter where there's no stress. We're going to be winning games by 3 and 4 and last-second dramatic come-from-behind victories and last-second losses and, down to the wire, need a field goal for the win. That's the shit that we do, and that's what we've been doing, okay? So if you can't stomach the preseason and the ebbs and flows of trying to build a winner and taking your lumps in if you can't deal with that now, I don't know how you're going to deal with the regular season. This is nothing. I'm not tripping over 6 of 6. One, I can sleep at night knowing that that's Patrick Mahomes, and we don't see him. He's not on the schedule again. That's number one. Number two, I didn't have a problem with the play call. My thing is, when I get frustrated and when you hear me start throwing out coordinators' names, is when I can clearly see that coordinator doesn't have a clue. They're killing us in zone, yet we continue to play zone. Or our zone coverage has been terrible. We're not pattern matching. Guys are wide open. And you play some man, and that's not working. You got at that point, you throw your hands up and say, okay, can't play zone, can't play man. What the hell can we play? And there's been times where that's been the story. Like, you get mad at Jack for playing zone, he plays man. Man gets beat. You're like, okay, can't play zone, can't play man. I don't want to blitz because if we can't play man, you can't blitz. And you can play zone behind blitz, but that's not usually a great formula. Playing zone behind a blitz. It's much easier to just go man and say, hey, the dude in front of you, he's yours, stay with him. We're going after the quarterback. The defense is going to be fine. I can't tell you that they'll be great. I can't tell you that they'll win us ball games. They may even lose us a couple of ball games, but they're not going to be as bad as they were last year. I'll assure you of that right now. I have confidence in this group that they'll be better. They'll figure out the formula. They'll figure out what guys in what situations prosper, and they'll figure out a way to put the best version of this defense on the field in third down situations, and they'll start to get off the field. Thank you for those super chats. Big Money Sonny. Also, my guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, you rocking that black hat like it's the Grim Reaper. Our defense is fricasseed. I got it. Fricasseed. I'm hot, bro. Look, our defense, I would have been more upset had Mahomes been 2 of 2 on third down and they scored 14 points. We got on the third down 5 times. And he made plays. 3 or 4 of them outside of the pocket, no less. Which means you're asking the secondary to cover for much longer than they should be covering. I like the fact that we were able to get them the third down. I like the fact that we shut down the run game and made that pretty much a non-factor and made Mahomes have to beat us with his right arm. I like that because we play a lot of teams that are going to make a concerted effort to run it. And yeah, it's preseason. Chiefs were probably more concerned with throwing it than running it. But trust me, if they were running it and getting 6 and 7, they would have continued to run the football. They wouldn't have stopped. But this was more about getting Mahomes into the swing of things. Well, I threw 19 passes with him. At the end of the day, the defense isn't as bad as you guys are making it out to be. Clearly, they got work to do. A wise man once told me, nothing's as good as it seems, nothing's as bad as it seems. Somewhere in between, reality falls. And so you're at the one end of the spectrum of this defense is trash, we're going to be horrible. And then you've got some fans out there that are optimistic, like, hey, that wasn't bad, we're going to be fine. That's as optimistic as you could be. You can't say, oh, the defense is going to be top 5. Not after what you've seen in the preseason. You can't say that. But you can say, hey, we're going to be fine. Somewhere in between, that's where the reality lies. Like, this defense isn't going to be great. It isn't going to be terrible on third downs, but it isn't going to be great. It'll be middle of the pack on third downs. 17th in the league, 16th in the league, something like that. Against this schedule, it should be. Maybe even higher. If you can't sink your teeth into Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields and Jared Goff and Davis Mills and Marcus Mariota / Desmond Ridder, if you can't sink your teeth into some of these guys and get off the damn field on third downs and give the ball back to your offense, then you deserve to lose. That's why I remain confident. If we were talking about last year's schedule, I wouldn't be talking to you in the same light. Big Money Sonny, my guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny writes, the only thing worse than the game was the crappy stream that I provided. Salutes to the mob and salutes to the Cherry Squad. I should listen to Mega more often, homie. Hey, at the end of the day, the game wasn't It wasn't terrible. It wasn't great. Preseason games suck, period. I don't – we could have scored 40 tonight. It's a preseason game. It sucks because it doesn't count. I'm glad that next week is the last preseason game. I'm ready for these things to actually count for 4 quarters of starters, not worrying. And wonder how long our starters are going to play. I wonder how many snaps the opposing team starters are going to play. Because even if, like, for instance, we scored a touchdown last week against Carolina with the first team offense on the field. Carolina had already yanked their first team starters defensively out of the game. The ones that did play, the Jeremy Chins and the guys like that had played, they had already took them out of the game. So you don't feel as – it is not as gratifying, right? Same thing would have happened today. The Chiefs kept their starters in defensively for the first 2 possessions. That third possession when we ran back out there, a lot of those guys weren't in. So even if we had scored there, it would have felt like, all right, we scored, that's cool, but it wasn't against the dudes that were out there the first 2 possessions. That shit bothers me, because everything's on sort of a grading, curve and scale that's sliding all the time. That shit ends on September the 11th. I don't have to worry about how long is Jacksonville keeping their starters in. No, they're playing their guys for 4 quarters, and so are we, and the best team will win. So I can't wait. Like, a lot of y'all getting hung up on this preseason shit. Don't waste your breath. Like, you're overreacting is what you're doing. Okay. We won't be even thinking about the preseason 5 weeks from now. It'll be and we're 2-0, and the 2 preseason losses, and you probably lose to Baltimore next week too, because the Ravens haven't lost the preseason game since 2015. You'd probably lose next week too, and you're not thinking about that shit in week 3 as we host the Philadelphia Eagles. It's the furthest thing from your mind. And we're 2-0. We just beat Jacksonville and Detroit in the first 2 weeks. And now we got a big matchup against the 2-0 Philadelphia Eagles coming to FedEx. Don't overreact. Now, if we start 0-2 after losing to Jacksonville and Detroit, couple that with a terrible preseason, and this hasn't been a terrible preseason. It's been a regular, normal preseason. Contrary to some of y'all out there overreacting, it's been a regular preseason. These games haven't been terrible. We haven't been out here fumbling and turning the ball over and looking inept and confused and wasting timeouts and looking discombobulated. We're just not executing at a high enough level on both sides of the ball, offensive and defensive. Those things can be cleaned up. That's why you practice. That's why you watch film, so that you can get better. You make these mistakes in the preseason, you learn from them, you adjust, and you get better. A wise man once said, RELAX. Relax. And I'm telling you guys, I shouldn't be having to tell you this in week 2 of the preseason. Come on, guys. Be better than that. Big Money Sonny, you better than that. Relax. We good, man. Chill. Got another super chat. This one is from my guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat, Big Money Sonny. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, top 5 gonna be all right. This defense, Lou, I'm salty as F. I already told you from the get-go, the defense was what I was most concerned about. I'm still concerned about this defense. That hasn't changed. I've always felt like the offense was going to be just fine, and they're going to be the engine that carries this team as far as it's going to go. If the defense shows up and gets better and continues to grow, and they get to a level where they're starting to play dominant ball, and dominant by their standards, not dominant by NFL standards, dominant by their standards, all of a sudden they're holding teams to, right around 30-something%, 38, 39, 40% on third downs, and they're getting off the field. They're creating turnovers and short fields. We get to a point where the defense is playing at that level and the offense is doing what we think they're capable of doing. We're going to be a tough team to stop. But regardless of what, the offense is going to give us a chance because they're going to score some points this season. We're not going to be the offense we were last year where we're scoring around 20 points a game and hoping and praying that that's enough. No, we're going to score 27. We're going to score 29. We're going to score 31 and 34. And we're going to give ourselves a chance. I get it, though. I understand your frustration. I'm just telling you, relax. It's the preseason. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I can tell you this. I was more frustrated with the third down defense last week because it was Baker Mayfield. I'm looking at Baker and I'm saying, why is Baker Mayfield doing this? But then we got off the field on the third down. Got him into a 3rd and long. They fumbled a snap and we got off the field. They had to settle for a field goal. And that's the difference between Patrick Mahomes and a Baker Mayfield and a Trevor Lawrence and a Jared Goff and an Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers and Mahomes are going to cut your throat and watch you bleed out on the pavement. Whereas Baker Mayfield and Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields and Jared Goff, they're going to make a mistake somewhere in there. An incomplete pass, like Carson Wentz did, which is why they're not elite. Carson Wentz got a wide open Antonio Gibson on the 2nd and 5, and he misses him, and it brings up a 3rd and 5, and we don't convert. That's the difference between Mahomes, Rodgers, Herbert, and those elite quarterbacks, Allen and those guys, and then the rest of the league. Our guy, Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, the guys we'll see this season, is because they ain't missing. Our guy's going to miss every now and again. Baker Mayfield's going to fumble a snap every now and again, get a ball batted down every now and again, and now it's 3rd and long. And now we got a chance to get off the field. Which is why, again, I harken back to the schedule. I feel good about what we got going on. He says, we're really rocking with Tress as the MVP still. Lou, I'm heated right now. Salutes to you, though. Thank you for taking care of this coverage. But, man, this defense. And even Tress, I told you, Tress didn't have a great game punting. At least not a couple of his punts weren't great. There was one that was returned where he kicked a rocket like it was on a line drive. Again, if we're punting from midfield, that guy shouldn't be returning the ball. He's either a fair catch or we're down in that bitch inside the 5, right? He kicked one into the end zone. He kicked another one on a line drive, and the guy returned it out to like the 19, 20-yard line. That's bullshit. So Tress wasn't even great today. Let's see. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, defense trash, bro. I don't understand. I don't agree. I can't explain to you because actions speak louder than words. I can't tell you anything. You saw the defense give up 6 straight 3rd downs to start this game. You saw the defense struggle last week with 3rd downs. There's nothing I can say to convince you otherwise. The only thing I can tell you, and this is what I'm going with, and I'm not advocating that you go with the same, philosophy that I'm going with. My philosophy is our schedule. We're not game planning. And I think that I've seen the tools necessary for us to be better on 3rd downs. I actually like what I saw last week. It was one guy here, one guy there. I actually like what I saw this week. Mahomes made Mahomes shit happen. The one, I think, of his 5 3rd down conversions, I think one of them came from the pocket, and that was the blitz when we came after him and he hit the tight end up the seam or the deep over route on Cam Curl. I think the rest of his 3rd down conversions came with him rolling to his left across his body making plays. I'm not super upset. I'm not super upset. Let's see. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, Mega and Kondo keeps me civilized. Fat American kicks knowledge, but he's stuck in 2005. Yes, he is. I'm too old for this ish, Lou. Super frustrated. Let's get it, brother. I'm still rocking with top 5. It was funny last week in the comment section. My guy that gave away the preseason tickets, hip hop, uncensored hip hop news, right? Or is it hip hop news uncensored? One or the other. I want to say it's uncensored hip hop news, but we were talking. He had a long post in the comment section, and I read it, and it essentially, to sum it up, he said that he was shocked at the amount of passion that people had for the first preseason game. Like, it was a lot, and I was a part of that group he was referring to, because I was in the post game last week. I was super passionate, but I was passionate because of the third down defense and the mistakes, right? Then after I went back and watched, I'm like, okay, it's just one guy. Like this is sound defense. When you watch the all 22s and you see everybody, one guy made a mistake, and that was the root of the third down being converted. And that's all it takes. 10 guys can do their job and one guy doesn't, and it's a conversion. I get that. But it makes me feel better about that because you just coach up that one guy. You continue to coach up the rest of the defense, but you just get that one guy to clean up his act, and you can get a stop. And I kind of felt the same way about tonight, and this was less about, guys making egregious mistakes. Cam Curl, as I mentioned, I don't kill him for the getting beat on that third down. He got beat. He might have guessed on what the route the guy was running, and he took off on his ass and he couldn't catch up. I mean, shit happens. It's third and I don't know. I think it was 3rd and 10 on that particular blitz. It might have been 3rd and 6 or something, and he might have been playing the sticks, and the guy ran right by his ass. Whatever the case may be, he got beat. I'm more upset with him on the swing route to the running back out of the backfield when you got a chance to get off the field and you don't take the proper angle to meet him upon the catch and knock him out of bounds or make the tackle. Instead, you're diving in his ankles trying to get enough of it to knock him out of bounds, which he barely did, but not before he got the first down. I'm more upset at that. I'm not as upset when Mahomes rolls to his left, finds the tight end at the last second, and you're diving trying to break it up, but it just got there before you got there. I'm not as upset. I don't like it, but I'm not super upset. I'm not super upset when Mahomes rolls to his left after solid initial coverage, solid rush, which flushed him from the pocket, and he rolls to his left and jumps in the air and throws back across his body to the right and finds his time. I'm not upset about that. The man made a Herculean effort. I get mad when it's 3rd and 18 and Justin Herbert drops back with no pressure. We drop 8 in the coverage and someone's still wide ass open in zone coverage. That's when I get upset. That's not what I've seen in this preseason thus far, which is why I'm confident. And we're not game planning. I feel good. We're fine. Tony P56. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Tony P56 writes, our starters don't look good. This was supposed to be our year. So you're giving up on the year already, Tony P? Is that what you're saying? This was supposed, as in past tense, as if the year already transpired. Okay. I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I can't co-sign that. I didn't feel the starters looked unprepared. I didn't feel the starters looked undisciplined. There was a comment earlier from someone where he used 3 U words: unprepared, undisciplined, and unsomething. Uninspired, I think, was the other U word. I couldn't agree less, right? I don't understand that. I didn't watch today's game walking away from it saying, man, the offense looks terrible and the defense looks equally as bad. I walked away from this game saying, damn, 1 or 2 plays offensively where we execute better and we're going to get some points out of the deal. Whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, we're getting something. And defensively, I'm saying, damn, those damn third downs. It'd be one thing if Mahomes just 11 here, 8, and then on 2nd and 3 or 2nd and 2, another 6, first down, 18, another first down, and he didn't even see a third down. Now I'm pissed off because he just literally raced down the field. The man threw the ball 19 times, completed 12 of them. That's a good percentage, right? It's not excellent, but it's a good percentage. He didn't go 17 of 19 for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns. That would have been a cause for some of the reaction I'm hearing from some of y'all. Is if he went 17 of 19 for 205 and 2 touchdowns. Well, goddamn. He went 12 of 19 for like $165 and 2 touchdowns. That's not great. But we had our chances to get off the damn field. Ample opportunities. And we didn't take them. So, and there were some near misses. If Benjamin St. Juice, if he hits that receiver, I'm feeling a lot worse than I am now. That opportunity was there. There's some shit to clean up. But we knew it was going to be shit to clean up after this game. We were playing the damn Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. I wanted this. You should have wanted this. We could have played the Bears and had a great performance tonight and ate their ass alive and felt good. What is that going to do? It's the Bears on offense. That shit ain't sharpening nothing. This is some teachable tape. You just went against, if not the best quarterback, the second best quarterback in football. If not the second, he's no worse than third. If you can't take this and learn from this, then you're not doing a good enough job as a coaching staff. This is what you want. I want the Chiefs in the preseason. I want Mahomes in the preseason. I want Andy Reid in the preseason. I don't want him in the regular season. I don't want to see those bastards again to the Super Bowl. But I want them in the preseason because I want work. This is why I talk about preseason being so important. This is good work. This is good film. You see the mistakes, you clean the mistakes up, and you get ready for Jacksonville, which is what we're going to do now. Everything from here on out is prepared for week 1, September 11th, against the Jacksonville Jaguars, 1 p.m., FedEx Field. Hopefully a beautiful Sunday afternoon to kick the season off. This was some good work today. Not the results you're looking for, not the execution you want, but this is good work. Our starters don't look good, and this was supposed to be our season. Shame on you, Tony P. 56. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Shaka got burst, though. And did you see Obata go airborne? I thought F.A. Obata had a really good game, too. You know, he got some snaps with the ones, and I thought he had a little bit of an impact early in the game. And, you know, I want to see Shaka get an opportunity. Like, to me, there should be a package with Shaka on the field. That's the shit I'm talking about. Like, get creative with the dudes that you do have. He's going to be active on game days. There should be one package. I'm not saying Shaka should be on the field on first or second down. But on 3rd and 13, I want Shaka Tony on the field. 3rd and 9, I want Shaka Tony on the field. Like, he's one of my best pass rushers right now. There should be a NASCAR package. You call it whatever the hell you want to call it. All right? Indy 500. You call it your Indy package, your NASCAR package. You call it whatever the hell you want to call it. But it shouldn't be nothing but pass rushers on the field. Allen, Allen, Sweat, Shaka Tony, Chase Young. That's what that package should look like. That's when I talk about utilizing what you have, that guy can turn the corner. I feel like if you reduce Chase Young and Montez Sweat inside, I think they can win against guards. Really put some stress on the defense. Anyway, I thought Shaka definitely got burst, and I thought Obata played well today. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny. Thanks for the super chat who writes, top 5 needs to pull out that 35.5 and 4K just to keep us in the hunt. D is atrocious. I'm mad salty like the mad rapper. Salutes to the B-Rob, though. Again, Wentz is going to have to play well regardless of whether the defense is atrocious, as you say, or if they're solid. He's got to play well for us to have a chance. That's got to happen. If he doesn't play well, we don't stand a chance. We're back to square one. We're back with Taylor Heineke and, Case Keenum and Kyle Allen and Alex Smith and Dwayne Haskins. We're back to that shit all over again. You're a 7-win team if Carson Wentz doesn't play well. The Talk Heavy Podcast. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Talk Heavy Podcast writes, 3rd down and 3. Let's play 7 yards off. What the F? 7 yards on 3rd and 3 isn't terrible. It's not great, but you can recover from 7 yards away. If you're flat-footed and you're driving on anything underneath, that's not too far away. I would prefer you to be 5 yards off, because if you're 7 yards off, you got to be ready to react now. You can't wait. You got to be super aggressive if you're going to shut anything down in front of you. If it's 3rd and 7, and you're 11 yards off, I have a problem with that, because you can catch a ball at 6 yards, make a guy miss and get a first down. Or you can catch a ball at 8 yards, turn up the field and get enough for the first down. I have a problem with that. But I don't have a problem with being 7 yards off on 3rd and 3. Because, again, especially if you're playing with particular leverage, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But you better be able to better be ready to react to anything underneath quickly. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, on a brighter note, depth on the O-line doesn't look bad at all. That's one of the strongest groups on the team that we have, is the offensive line. John Matsko continues to be a mad scientist over there, and whatever he puts in the pot, shit always comes out like 24 karat gold. You know, he can do no wrong. So I feel at this point, I feel confident with just about any combination of O linemen we can put on the field. We'll find a way to get it done. Hell, we didn't even have any tight ends. We had 2 dudes out there, and we still were able to run the football. Shout out to Eli Wolf and the job he did in tonight's game. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Alex writes, positive, you still want to guarantee a win week 3. Damn right. We're beating the Eagles in week 3. Nothing I've seen scares me to the point where I'm like, oh my God, we can't stop the Eagles offense with Jalen Hurts. Ooh, I'm shaking in my boots. The Eagles still, to me, have a deficiency, and it's number 2. Or he's 1 now, right? Number 1, 2, 1 doesn't really make a difference. It's still Jalen Hurts on the back. Yeah, I know. I'm definitely guaranteeing a victory in week 3. I have no doubts about that. Now, if we lose in weeks 1 and 2, yeah, then I'm and depending on how we lose too, you know, we'll determine if I've changed my mind there or not. But absolutely, again, you're talking to the wrong person, Alex. You probably want to keep that in the chat with the people that are pressing the panic button already. You know, you should know me better than that. I'm not pressing the panic button. Nothing I've seen right now has me screaming, oh my God, we're no better than a 9-win team this season. That ain't me. You barking up the wrong tree. You damn right we spanking that ass in week 3. Ain't shit changed. And when I say spanking that ass, that means we're winning the game. We might win 20-19. We might win 27-24. That ain't an ass kicking. It's just a win. And I don't really give a shit how we get it. 7-6, 13-10, 33-30. I just want to win. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, Alex got to go, LOL. No, he doesn't. He says, salutes to that brother, though. It's all love here. We clapping them cheeks week 3. You already know. You already know. Damn right. Ain't shit changed, Alex. Again, that it might be some of the people down in the chat that, you know, starting to waffle. My resolve remains resolute. Okay, my resolve is not waffling. It's not changing. I feel damn good about where we are. I don't like the 3rd down defense, but again, we're not game planning. And again, it hasn't been blown coverages like it was last year. Last year it was atrocious. You're like, oh my God, there's a dude 45 yards behind our defense, and there's no one even in the picture. That was our defense last year. That's not the defense this year. Kristen Lewis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Kristen writes, how about Shaka Tony on that speed rush? Keep up the great work, Lou. I told you, for me, a guy like that, if he's making the team, which he's a core special teamer, so he's making the football team. I'm not saying go out of the way to give him a roster spot. He's already on the team. So if he's already on the team, why not put him on the field in a package? The guy can get to the quarterback. So utilize him. Ron keeps talking about he's a situational pass rusher. Well, then use him in certain situations. So we'll see if they do that more. They did that a few times last year, but it wasn't I felt like it wasn't until the back end of the season they started really using him in those situations. Maybe they'll start using him a little bit sooner. That was a great rush today. Let's see. Got another super chat. First, I got a brand new member. Leo Benjamin, stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. So glad to have you. Mob, you know what to do. Show Leo all the love in the world and welcome him to the squad. Leo, thank you for your patronage. You won't be sorry. Looking forward to chopping it up with you in the future. Leo Benjamin, welcome to the squad. JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, John Perez, writes, listening to this fan base whine about preseason results is comical. Ron don't give two Fs about preseason, and you never want to show your hand early. He does care about the preseason. I'm not going to sit here and make it seem like he doesn't care about the outcome of the game. Win or lose, he's not really getting worked up about that. But there are things you want to see, and third down defense is definitely an issue, and that's something you want to see get cleaned up, obviously. But at the same time, you come out of the game healthy, which is overall your number one goal. That's the number one goal of a preseason game over everything else. And it's 15 steps above anything that's at second. Okay. So you come out of the game relatively healthy. As far as I'm concerned, nobody's worse for the wear. And you get into really preparing for Jacksonville. Because like I said, of the 80 guys that'll be on the roster come, the next preseason game, of the 53 that are going to make the roster, 40 of them aren't playing a single snap next week. There'll literally be 40 guys playing all of the snaps next week. And of those 40, 13 will probably make the back end of the roster. De'Ami Brown will probably play a little bit. Dax Milne will play a little bit. Taylor Heineke will probably play a little bit. We know Sam Howell is going to play a ton, right? I'm starting to lean towards Amani Rodgers making his football team. He's going to play some snaps next week as well. Hell, now here's the caveat. If you get a couple of these guys that haven't played a ton in camp and practice and no preseason games, like John Bates, for instance, Cole Turner, you get a couple of these guys back and you feel good about their health, good enough for them to play, you might put them on the field in that third preseason game. They need to work. Trey Turner is feeling good enough to play, and he's practiced all week. You might play a Trey Turner. But for the most part, we're preparing for Jacksonville now. It's on to Jacksonville. So, yeah, Ron's not getting worked up about this. They're going to focus and emphasize the third down defense. They're going to focus and emphasize on some of the misses. Carson missing that outcut to Antonio Gibson, which would have extended the drive. Then the 5-yard penalty, you can't have that. That's going to be a point of emphasis. Like, you can't have those kind of simple mental mistakes that, derail drives. Carson, you can't take a sack there in that situation and knock us out of field goal range. That can't happen. Like, these are teachable moments. These are the things you talk about, and you sit your team down and you pull the film up and you say, hey, we can't have this. Christian Holmes, guys 3 yards out of bounds, you've already corralled him, whistle's blown. You can't throw him to the turf and pick up an additional 15 yards. That's dumb football. That won't be tolerated here. You won't be on the roster. That's some practice squad shit. These are the things that you are looking at in the preseason. Cam Curl, that you can't take that angle right there. You're better than that. You can't take that angle. Now you're chasing him instead of meeting him where he's going. You're chasing behind him because you took a poor angle. You can't do that. I'm going to guess. I haven't seen the play. I'm going to guess Cam Curl got caught flat-footed. He was expecting a different route, and the dude ran right by his ass. That's going to be my guess. I could be wrong, and he just got cooked. I'm going to guess he was looking for something else and got essentially a go route right past him. It was the deep over route. I'm guessing he thought that guy was going to flatten out, and he went up the field. He took it up the street on him. Let's see. 1,800 shots. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, got to get Cam more involved. he's as good as a tight end with his size. Some of those third down passes should have been him. I couldn't agree more, especially the one down the sideline to Curtis Samuel. To me, that is a Cam Sims, Cole Turner, Logan Thomas type of play. 6'5" or better. I'm not throwing that pass. Like last week, I didn't have a problem. You threw that to a 6'5" receiver. It's just that tight end is playing in his first ever NFL game and his first game period as a tight end. That's a tough ask for him to go up, climb the ladder, and go get that football. But moving forward, that rail route on 3rd and 3, we've run it 2 weeks in a row now. I need that to be a 6'5" or better target. We got 3 of them on the roster. 4 of them if you count John Bates. But you're not throwing that route to John Bates. I'm either throwing that to Logan Thomas, Cole Turner, or Cam Sims. Now, if you're trying to run a pick there and a natural pick, you want a speedster there, I can deal with that. But if you're going to throw it up and just say, hey, we going up to get it, and it's just a wheel route up the sideline, or a fade up the side, I need a big target there. And I do think Cam needs more opportunities. I agree with you. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, bro, this defense looks LOST, lost. Do you think the impact and vibe will change when Chase Young comes back? Yes, it's preseason, but come on, man. I don't know of the impact that Chase Young is going to have on this defense. Like I said, I don't have any issues with what I've seen other than third downs with this defense. They've done a good enough job stopping the run. I thought they were actually really good stopping the run today. But again, the Chiefs weren't all that interested in running it either. But teams are only as interested in running as you allow them to be. You know, if we're giving up 5 and 6 a pop, they would have been more aggressive on the ground, but we weren't. They had to throw it. That said, you want to be better on third downs. And I think with game planning and with going out and scouting a team and figuring out what they like to do in certain situations. Okay, this is what they like to do on 3rd and 6. These are the concepts they like to run in 3rd and 7 or more. When you have a better understanding of your opponent and what to expect, and there's film out there and there are things that you can take away from what they like to do, you're going to be more successful. So I don't know if Chase Young coming back changes the vibe or not. I'm hoping by the time he gets back, we're playing good football defensively, and he'll just add to it. But who knows? He might come back, hit the ground running, and tear shit up, and it changes dramatically how this defense fares. Who knows? Can't catch claps in a whorehouse. Can't catch claps in a whorehouse. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I'm going to just go ahead and double up because this was 6 of 6 on third down. Ain't cutting it. Double up. Can't catch claps in a whorehouse, rights. Thanks for the new username, Lou. You're welcome. I can't with you guys. Is that Pac-Man? Is that Pac-Man D3? I think you have a new thumbnail, so you caught me off guard there, but that might be who that is. You're hilarious. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Alex, who writes, Kondo said, I'm not invited to the cookout. No, you're not. You're not invited to the cookout, Alex. Not right now. But in the off season, you can come to any cookout you want. During the season, you're not allowed to come to the cookout. I'm sorry. She's not wrong. But you still our boy, Alex. You still our boy. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny writes, week 2 into the preseason, what's your assessment now? I'm still top 5. You know the rest. The defense is a major letdown, though. I haven't moved one iota from where I stood before we started playing preseason games. Everything that I've seen to this point is somewhat what I expected. I expected this offense to, be a work in progress, but show the promise that is necessary to feel confident that they'll do the things that I think they're capable of doing come regular season. And the defense, I told you, I don't trust the defense. I've said that all offseason. I don't trust the defense. I still don't trust the defense. I don't think they're going to be as bad as you guys think they are. And I think some of that is, the schedule. They're going to be fine, but they have to be better. But I was never counting on the defense to win us football games. I'm counting on the defense doing just enough, coupled with the offense being dynamic and a special teams that's going to do their job adequately. And we're going to win 2 out of the 3 phases, bare minimum, and we're going to win some games. That's what I'm expecting. And eventually the defense will come alive, or they'll be better than they were early to start the season off, whatever the case may be. And they'll start to follow the lead of the offense, and they'll start creating some turnovers and things of that nature, some shorter fields. They'll get off the field on a 3rd down deep in that team's own territory. And so they're punting from their punters on, the goal line, punting the football, and we're fielding the punt at our own 43-yard line and returning it into plus territory. Like, that's going to happen when the season starts. Trust me, it's going to happen. We're going to get off the field on 3rd downs. We won't be a terrible 3rd down defense like we were for the first half of the season last year. Washington football fan, WGIL, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, I don't want Ron to waste this season. Lack of depth and creative defensive schemes has me nervous. Fix it, Lou. It's preseason, so you're not going to get anything creative. You're not going to. They blitzed. That's more than you generally get in a preseason. Ron or Jack has blitzed in each of the first 2 preseason games with the first team defense, with the second team defense. He's mixed it up blitz-wise. You're getting standard defensive coverages. You're getting some basic man looks. You get some basic zone looks, cover 4, cover 3, and we're just not executing it well at times. All right, which that's frustrating in itself, because these are basic defensive principles. If a team goes hurry up, you're not running a cat blitz. You're running cover 2, you're running cover 3, you're running cover 4. You're running something basic that you can communicate to the entire defense so everybody's on the same page. This isn't Madden. You don't have built-in blitzes where you just hit the square button and then hit R1 and all of a sudden you're in your favorite blitz. That's not what happens when a team goes hurry up in real life. You got to get to the most basic and fundamental shit so everybody can execute. So that's frustrating to a degree that, we're playing basic cover 3 principles, 4 deep, 3 underneath, or 3 deep, 4 underneath. I think on that particular snap, it was 3 deep, 4 underneath, and we're effing it up. But again, we'll be better. We'll be better. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 salt emojis. So he's very salty. Very, 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 very salty. Why do I let the defense live rent-free in my head, Lou? Why do you let the preseason live rent-free in your head? The preseason shouldn't even get a room for the night. Like, I'm not losing any sleep over the preseason. It's just an opportunity to see what these boys are out here doing and what kind of a team and what kind of athleticism and what kind of effort am I getting. I don't feel like I'm getting any less of what I thought I was getting. Good athleticism, good effort, all of the things that it's going to take for us to be a better defense than we were a season ago. Same with the offense. Feel really good about what I saw. Don't let the defense or the preseason, for that matter, live rent-free in your head. Charge that shit. Tax it. Kristen Lewis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Christian Lewis, who writes, hey, Lou, do you think we move some of the D linemen around if we run the 5-man front? Like move Sweat inside for some different looks? If we run the 5-man defensive front, it's 3 interior defensive linemen and 2 ends. So no. Sweat, in that particular instance, Sweat wouldn't be inside. It'll be Sweat on one side as a defensive end, and then it'll be the Bama wall of Payne, Allen, and Mathis, and then you'll get a defensive end, whether it's James Smith-Williams or Casey Toohill. That'll be your 5-man front. So I don't foresee them, kicking and reducing a guy like Sweat inside, and you wouldn't be able to do that until you had a young present, really. And I don't see them doing that right now. I don't see them doing that. And usually when you go to a 5-man defensive front, it's because you're trying to stop the run. You're trying to be a little bit more aggressive in the run game. So you want big bodies on the field. So you don't want Sweat inside, even though he's long and athletic and physical at the point of attack. You would prefer him outside setting the edge, and let the big guys inside move bodies, be stout, and really clog up the middle and give the running back nowhere to run. Now, if it's an obvious passing situation, you're not going to have a 5-man defensive front in the game. That's not what you're looking to do. You're looking to confuse. You don't want the offense to know who the known rushers are, which is why they point out the mic and they try to slide protection based off of, who the mic is and what the strength of the defense is and the strength of the offense is. They try to slide protection based off of what they think you're doing, right? So if you put 5 men on the defense, they can already have their offensive line account for, because the mic is the guy that is the 5th defender that the offensive line is responsible for, right? That's why the quarterback calls out the mic. So it's the 4 down linemen, and then 58's the mic. Now, my center or whomever he's also responsible for number 58, included with the 4 rushers. Those are our 5 known rushers. Anybody else that comes, that's the responsibility of the tight end or the running back. But that's why they point out a mic. If you got 5 defensive linemen on the field, now they don't have to point out a mic. They've got the 5 known rushers right here in front of them. They don't have to be creative. They don't have to try to seek out a mic and do any of that stuff. So you don't want to make it easy on them. So you wouldn't put that kind of a unit on the field in an obvious passing situation. Only when you think the threat of the run is present, that's when you would put 5 defensive linemen on the field. Usually 1st and 2nd downs in particular. Gary B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Gary B writes, Lou, Gary, your voice of reasoning is always refreshing. Look, it's preseason, man. If I'm getting worked up, and last week I was ashamed of myself. I got worked up over the preseason last week, but it was only because of me having not watched. So having watched the game, rewatched the game several times from last week and seeing what happened puts me at ease that when I go back and watch the game, and I can play back a lot of the 3rd down conversions in my head, and I can tell you right off the bat, like last week, I couldn't tell you why Shi Smith was running wide open. I could just tell you that's embarrassing. I can tell you now why he was running wide open. I feel more comfortable knowing why he was running wide open. I can tell you, I told you this after the game, why, Baker Mayfield's under duress and getting planted, yet he completes a 3rd and 8 slant to Shi Smith over the middle of the field. I can tell you Danny Johnson was the culprit. That puts me at ease knowing if Danny Johnson does a better job of covering. For instance, we had a 3rd down in 5. Carson Wentz tries to zip it in there to Curtis Samuel. And I think that's when somebody said he was being soft. That's what they were referring to, maybe. He tries to zip it in there to Curtis Samuel on 3rd and 5. And you just got to give credit where credit is due. The guy that I wanted at linebacker, okay, Nick Bolton, who the Chiefs got in the 2nd round in last year's draft, made a play, and a beautiful one. The ball arrived, and so did he, and he dislodged ball from man, and it's 4th down, and you got to punt. It's a great play. Okay? That's the difference. He made a play. We didn't make a play. Cam Curl was just as close as Nick Bolton was to Curtis Samuel, and he just didn't make the play. Ball got there before he did. He wasn't able to knock it away. It happens. But he was there. I feel good about that. A lesser quarterback may not be able to squeeze it in there. A lesser quarterback isn't flush to his left and throws back across his body to his right on a dime to his tight end for a 1st down on 3rd and 5. I mean, that's just the way I look at it. So No, I'm not happy about 5 of 5 with Mahomes and company in the game. I'm not happy about 6 of 6 to start the game on third downs. That's atrocious. Okay. But I also know we're not game planning. I also know we got them the third down. And I also know that a lot of the things that they did to convert those third downs aren't normal. And I'd much rather force them to complete these passes, having to throw a perfect ball, than to have guys wide ass open and you're playing 7-on-7 pitch and catch against air because nobody's around and we're in zone coverage, which was what the case was last season. That's not what I'm saying. It looks like it's a tighter unit and the windows are a lot, shorter and closer, right? Now we just got to make the plays. I'm not tripping and neither should you, but I can't tell anybody how to feel. But I still feel perfectly fine. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wings 01, right? To clarify, yeah, I was referring to the deep ball to Curtis. And yeah, that was good D. But my point was that our top 4 guys are 5'11" to 6 foot. It would help having a bigger guy who could complement them. That's why you have Cam Sims. That's why you have tight ends. I'm not tripping. Those guys can get it done. Those 5'11", 6 foot receivers, they can get it done. And Jahan, again, if you want to throw that pass to one of these smaller guys, don't have it be Terry. Don't have it be, even though Terry can go up, have it be Jahan. He's got the highest hops of all those dudes that can go up and go get the football and high point it. Go have it be a dude that has the ability to climb the ladder and make you right. So, again, I think that when we get into the season, they'll game plan and strategize to put other guys in those situations that will have a higher probability of being successful. Like a tight end, like a Cam Sims, like a Jahan Dotson, or even a Terry McLaurin. I don't want it to be Curtis Samuel. That's for damn sure. I don't trust him in a jump ball situation. I can't speak for you. I don't want him one-on-one in a jump ball situation. I'll take my chances with just about anybody but him or De'Ami Brown. And even De'Ami last year went and got one against Dallas, but still, I prefer it to be Jahan or Terry or Cam or one of the tight ends instead. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, Lou, your kids shouldn't be exposed to this ish, brother. I'm just venting, brother. You're good, man. It's all good. It's all love. It's preseason. They're good. All right. I will make sure my kids understand the value of preseason. It's not to be overworked or to be, you can be too excited in the preseason. Never be over-invested in the preseason. The word over in front of any adjective is a problem for the preseason. Overexcited, over anxious. You shouldn't be over anxious to see a preseason game. And you shouldn't use the word under as a prefix to whatever word you're using for a preseason. You shouldn't be talking about an underwhelming performance. This defense is underperforming. It's the preseason. Okay. Keep everything in its proper perspective. The Broncos gave up 40-plus points to the Denver Broncos in their preseason game. Let me go look. I think it was 4. They had 40 points with a whole quarter left, if I'm not mistaken. 42-15 was the score of the preseason game. I don't know if the Broncos played their starters or not. I don't care. You gave up 42 points in a preseason game in 3 quarters to the Buffalo Bills. Remember, our guy, JL Smooth, was up here talking about them playing their starters and how nervous he was. And I was like, you got nothing to worry about, my guy. If your boys are what you think they are, they're going to shred those guys. That's what they did. How do you feel as a Broncos fan right now? You just gave up 42 points. You think they're tripping? I imagine that their third down defense wasn't good in that game. Just for shits and giggles, let's take a look at the Broncos' third down defense. They were 5 of 12, or 2 of 3 were the Buffalo Bills. So that's even worse. They scored 42 points, and they only had 3 third downs in the game. That means that they were never in third downs. They were just boat racing the Denver Broncos defense. And I don't know if their starters were in or not. Again, I don't know if their starters were ever in that game or not. And guess what? I don't care. The bottom line is, what I'm telling you is, I can guarantee you the Broncos aren't overreacting to losing 42-15. It's the preseason. I don't give a shit. I'm not game planning for this. I just want to see my guys, 1, come out of the game healthy, 2, be active, look athletic and aggressive, which these guys looked. And yes, I would love them to make some plays. Sure, I would love them to get off the field on third down. That is ideal. But if it doesn't happen, I'm not overreacting. I'm not underwhelmed by the defense. You know why? It's preseason. I can't stress that enough. Which is why preseason is one of the worst products, because it really doesn't tell you anything other than, do we have guys that can play ball or not? Is this moment too big? Somebody said this the other day. I don't think it's 100% true, but there's a lot of validity to it. And somebody said, really, the preseason is for the young fellas. It's for the young boys. Yeah, it is. For the veterans, it's hard to get up for the preseason. You know, you're just out there trying to get your sea legs under you, get some of that game wind in you, get into game shape just a tad bit. You're not playing a full game, but you kind of want to simulate, you know, coming off the field, getting back on the field, coming off the field, getting back on the field. But you're just going through the motions. Let's just get to the regular season when the shit really counts. That's when we start to judge these guys. Then you can start talking about, man, I had high hopes for this season. Then you can start bitching and complaining. If you're doing that in week 2 of the preseason, I can't help you. I truly can't. I wish I could, but I can't. I can't help you. Spence Khalees. Double up. Thank you for the super chat and doubling up. Spence Khalees writes, Lou, appreciated your reading off the running stats, defensive stats, but Mahomes was on pace for 600 yards. So stopping the run means nothing if we can't get to the quarterback. Touche. I'm just saying, I would much rather tell a team to pick your poison. Like, you can't have everything. You can't have the run and Mahomes slicing and dicing. I'd rather the defense say, all right, it's on Mahomes to slice and dice us. Yeah, he was on pace for a ball 50. But I'd like to think that if this were a regular season game, okay, and we were game planning to stop Patrick Mahomes and we were looking to take away some of these dudes, he would not have been on pace for a 600-yard performance, okay? But yes, he had 150 yards essentially in a quarter or so, a little bit over a quarter of work. So yeah, it wasn't a good look, but trust me. We played against Mahomes last year, and this is not the same team, clearly, but we played against him in a regular season game last year, and we didn't look that bad. So I'd like to think that if we were game planning to stop Patrick Mahomes, we would have done a better job. But that's nor here nor there. You try, like, the preseason, you try shit too. Like, I don't know if this Benjamin St. Juice in the slot shit is really going to work. I can tell you what, that first play I saw it, I was like, all right, Ben. All right, baby. I see you in the nickel here. They spreading us out. What you got? And that dude ran a pseudo post corner. And I see this dude get up the field, and I see Benjamin St. Juice. I mean, this man made a whole left turn. This guy going right. And I'm like, hey, yo, Ben, this brother got off the interstate. You still driving to the next exit. Where you going? That shit is scary. That's why you do it in the preseason. They may be like, hey, we got to scrap this Benjamin St. Juice in the slot shit. They're not going to do that after one game. That's some scary shit, though. I ain't going to lie to you. Now, that is the type of stuff where I'm looking at it, I'm saying, hey, are you sure about this? You sure he can do this? I see him as a boundary corner. You sure he can do this? We always can put Danny Johnson inside. Are you sure? Ron, Jack, are you sure? We're going to see. I've got my doubts about him. I'll say that. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wing 01 writes, is it me or can Erickson do anything except what we brought him in to do? Seems like he can do everything but return punts and kickoffs, right? Like he's catching the football, yards after the catch, all of that good shit. When it comes to returning a punt or a kickoff, he's awful. Yeah. What did his return today get to? Like the 16? Yeah, he's not making the team anyway, though. But yeah, it seems that way, right? Red Wings. Jeez. Let's see. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Fat American. Thank you for the super chat and being a member of the MOBB rights. Call Greg Williams 2005. At least you put the second G or the third G, but the second G at the end. At least that's there this time. I like you. You're coachable, Fat American, not making the same mistake twice. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, if you could make one move on defense, what would it be, Lou? Me, I'd burn the whole damn thing down. Right now, I don't know if there's one thing in particular that you do to fix what's going on. You know, it's one guy here, it's one, breakdown there. I know what I would do philosophically. I would have different packages and different things I would do with guys like Montez Sweat. I'm not just lining Montez Sweat up at right or left defensive end. You're going to have to account for where 90 is. I'm going to move 90 around. All right. I'm going to get 90 matchups against guys you don't want him getting matchups against. I'm going to overload sides so that 90 gets one-on-one or 90 gets uncovered and he's chasing your quarterback. I'm going to move guys around. I'm going to put guys with athleticism on the same side of the field. Like, I'm going to put Montez Sweat at defensive end, and I'm going to line up a guy like Shaka Toney right next to him. And now you've got a slide protection to the quarterback's right, which is the left, the right of the defense, the left of the offense, right? So you're going to slide protection to account for Montez Sweat and Shaka Toney lining up and overloading that right side of the defense, left side of the offense. Now you slide protection, I'm bringing a cat corner blitz, like shit like that, and it's not compromising my defense. I'm only bringing 5 defenders. And I'm going to have that defensive end on the opposite side loop outside so that he occupies that tackle so that tackle can't pick up the corner blitz in the slot. And I'm coming after you. I'm only rushing 5. I still got 6 in coverage. I'm doing creative shit like that. I'm overloading sides, and I'm trying to get matchups for my guys. I'm getting more athletes on the field defensively. That's something that I would do. Easier said than done, I know. But those are some things that I would do. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Fat American. Who writes, D-line, thumbs up. Secondary, question mark, thumbs down. Talking all that ish. Shut the F up. At the end of the day, I think there's a lot that is made of camp and preseason. Oh, this guy's having a fantastic camp. That's great. That's awesome. At the end of the day, we know who is going to be impact players for this football team, or at least we think we know. All right. This isn't a super young team that there are no expectations for, like the Texans, for instance, where there's a bunch of roster spots open and you got to go out here and really show and prove in these preseason games because you got a shot to make the team. We have no idea who's going to be what. That's not what we are. We have a team where we pretty much know what to expect from the guys that we're going to put on the field. We know who should be key contributors. We don't know if they're going to be, but we know who should be key contributors for this football team. So Derek Forrest can have a great offseason, a tremendous camp. I'm not looking at Derek Forrest and expecting him to have a tremendous impact on this season. I'm looking at Cam Curl. I'm looking at Bobby McCain. And hell, I might even look at Percy Butler and say, hey, we might need you. Yeah, I got to step up. But I'm in particular, I'm looking at, Bobby McCain, Cam Curl, and Benjamin St. Juste, along with William Jackson III and Kendall Fuller in that back end and saying, hey, tighten the hell up. We need y'all. We counting on y'all. So we've heard a lot about the secondary having a strong camp. right? And I know Fuller gave up the touchdown. Did you not like what Fuller did after he gave up the touchdown? I did. I can't speak for you. William Jackson III, first of all, I thought that was a bogus pass interference. I meant to talk about that earlier. So they got the holding penalty on Sweat where he was being molested. And the back judge threw that flag, or the head official, I should say, threw the flag there. But then you get the flag on William Jackson III down the field. That's not pass interference. I'm sorry. I guess we live in an alternate universe where anytime you just touch a guy down the field, he didn't hold him, he didn't tug him, he didn't hug him, love him, none of that. He just, let me make sure you're right here. All he did was put his hands on him. I get it, down the field, shouldn't be doing that, but that he didn't impede the process of that running receiver getting to the football. He didn't impede him at all. That was an underthrown ball, and he didn't do anything to stop that receiver from getting to the football. That was a bad flag. That prolonged that drive. That was 3rd and 10. And it offset a holding penalty. We would have declined that, and they would have had to punt. Instead, he got 3rd and 10 over, and then we blitzed, and Cam Curl got. So that was a way to get off the field there. I think William Jackson's been fantastic in the preseason. Hasn't had a lot of throws his way. Panthers tried him last week on a deep ball. He was right there along with Bobby McCain. All right. I like what I'm seeing out of this secondary. That's why I feel good, is because it's not like everybody's getting cooked and they're taking turns getting worked in the secondary. These guys are playing well. On 1 down, 3rd down, it's a big down. Don't get me wrong. One person is not doing their job. And that's all it takes. But that's why I feel like we can be fine here. Today was about one guy not doing his job and then another guy doing his job at a very high level. It's a combination of the two. It's a tough one to break, and get a win in. But I digress. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American writes, I'm so mad after this game. I'm going to go report Alex just because. Again, I don't know why you guys would be so mad. Oh, I think I was telling a story. I do that sometimes. Well, I lose my train of thought. I go off on a tangent and then don't come back. Excuse me. So I was telling y'all hip-hop uncensored news, or uncensored hip-hop news. I think it's hip-hop news uncensored. He said, I've never seen this many fans upset over a preseason game. And my response to him was, I got passionate because I myself have expectations for this team. I usually don't get worked up about the preseason because I usually don't think our season is going to be worth a damn. If we get lucky, we might win 10 games, but we're going to win 7, 8 games, somewhere in that neighborhood. We've been meddling around 7, 8 wins since Jay Gruden. He went 8-7-1, 7-9, 7-9, and then he got fired and we went 3-13. And then Ron showed up and we went 7-9 and 7-10. That's what we do. That's our move. Okay. 7 wins, 8 wins, somewhere in that vicinity. So when you're used to that and you haven't done anything dramatic like fix the quarterback position, so what's going to change? Well, we did something dramatic this offseason. We went and got a quarterback that we think can help change the outcome of some games. We upgraded the skill positions around that quarterback so that he has a better chance to win football games. So we did do something dramatic in the schedule, as I've said a million times, and I keep repeating myself over and over again, but I do think this is an advantageous schedule. We've got to take advantage. But it's there for the taking. Because of those things, I think we got a shot this year. And so my expectations are elevated, and I told him that's why I got worked up. Probably shouldn't have, but I did because I'm expecting big things this season. And maybe I'm delusional for expecting big things. Maybe. I'll be the first to admit, sometimes being a fan means you're being unreasonable. And that's okay. It's not okay to be that way all the time. That's the problem with some of you, is that no matter what, you think this team's going to win and win big, or no matter what, you think this team's going to stink. You can't be extreme on either end of the spectrum. There's a time to be super gloom and doom, and there's a time to be super enthusiastic and glass half full. Some of you guys don't have that happy medium. But I was telling them I was in my feelings because I got a lot on the line this season. I really think we can win some games and make some noise this year. And so if we don't, I'm going to be disappointed. And I said, I think a lot of the fans are upset and they're up in arms about these preseason games because they too think that we've got a chance to do something special this year. I can't speak for you out there. That's why I got, so worked up last week, which I admit was a mistake. It's a preseason game. I don't need to get worked up about a damn thing, which is why I'm telling you this week, don't get worked up. It's a preseason game. But anyway, I digress. I just can't wait till the regular season. I'm tired of talking about the preseason already. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American, writes, nah, Jack don't know jack about a good defense. About to send him a letter saying Trump sucks and send him a I voted for Biden sticker just because. I mean, again, you're not gonna upset him. At the end of the day, he's still getting paid handsomely to be the defensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders. And I disagree with you. Yeah, there are times where I'm not happy with Jack, but maybe Jack knows something that we don't. He's got all of the data he needs, and his eyes aren't deceiving him. He's there in practice every day with these guys. He may know what we don't see, which is I don't want to put these guys in man-to-man coverage. They're not all that great. Cam Curl is a 4-6 guy. Benjamin St. Juste is a 4-5 guy. I'm not looking to put these guys in compromising positions where somebody gets on top of them and is able to run right by them. That may be what he's saying. I know he trusts Kendall Fuller and William Jackson III to play man-to-man coverage. They're not the problem. You got other guys that they can throw the football to. We saw that today. So, I don't know. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Trev writes, Curl's nameplate says Collins tonight. Pitchforks. Yeah, he wasn't good, but I won't allow you to go pitchfork and torch on my guy Cam Curl. I won't allow you to do that. And I would advise anybody that is thinking about lighting up a torch and picking up a pitchfork to think twice about that. All right. That wouldn't be prudent. Leo Benjamin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Welcome aboard once again. My guy Leo Benjamin writes, 2020 defense was an anomaly. See you week 1. Not only was it an anomaly, it was a weak schedule. We took advantage of that. When we played good teams that season, we struggled. But we fought like hell. We fought like hell in 2020. So I can appreciate that. And that's all I'm looking for is for this team to fight like hell defensively because you're playing the same caliber of quarterbacks like you did in 2020. That's why I think we can have a repeat of 2020, but be more successful because we can actually score points now. All right. Let's see. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wings 01 writes, do you see us sitting the starters next week? I do. Because what's the most important thing about preseason and getting to week 1? Getting there healthy. We got enough injuries as it is. Ron played in the game last year against the Ravens where J.K. Dobbins was lost for the season because the Ravens decided to play their prized, second-year running back in a meaningless football game. I assure you, Ron felt good last year. He said, see, that's why I ain't play my guys. And they could use some more work. But at this point of the preseason, you've gotten to work. You've gotten some work in the first game and the second game. At this point of the preseason, is it worth putting your guys out there 2 weeks out? Because You could put a guy in preseason game 1, preseason game 2, and they could turn their ankle and still be ready for week 1. You put a guy in preseason game 3, you're 2 weeks away from the start of the regular season. So now that guy who would have had 3 weeks or a month to heal up from a sprained ankle can't heal up fast enough to be ready for week 1. That's the difference between the first and second preseason game and the final preseason game. It's just it's not ideal with the way it's set up. In past years, this third preseason game would have been the dress rehearsal. You would have put guys out there. And we would have looked at that game differently. That's not the case anymore. Times have changed. That game isn't worth putting your starters out there. I don't think Ron will. All right. Let's see. Can't play man, can't play zone, can't blitz. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Right. Lou spitting fire at us tonight. Preach it, bro. I mean, sometimes you get caught in that between that rock and that hard place where you throw your hands up as a coordinator because, if you can't play zone adequately, which we had a problem with that last year, can't play man, you saw some chinks in that armor tonight, and you want to blitz. We blitz tonight and we play man behind it. And if you're not good at zone and you blitz, I doubt blitzing is going to help your zone coverage tighten up. So then what the hell do you do? Cross your fingers and hope that you get a batted ball or, a team gets a holding penalty and now it's 3rd and 15 and they throw a give up screen and you're able to make a tackle and get off the field. That's what you got to hope. But we're not there. We're not that bad. But I'm telling you, that might factor into why Jack doesn't blitz as much as we would like him to. Is what you get on the back end. Because when you blitz, you're exposing your defense. You're exposing your defense. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny, right? Can we get the AB dance one time? AB's a clown, man. That's stupid, man. And how he was jumping around doing it on the stage. AB is funny. Barrett Downing, my guy BD, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, my guy. Barrett Downing writes, maybe we should just have a 1st, 2nd, and 4th down because 3rd sucked. I'm still on board with Ron, but I need more. I wish we could skip 3rd downs right now and just go to 4th down. That would be ideal because of how bad we've been on 3rd downs, but that's a part of the game. We got to be better in 3rd down situations. And I know nothing here has led you to believe that we can be better on 3rd downs, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say we'll be better on 3rd downs. Can't be any worse than what we were in the first 2 preseason games, right? Like we'd have to be giving them up at a 100% clip, essentially. We'll be better. We'll game plan, and these guys will get better, and we'll have a better outcome. And we'll be playing against lesser quarterbacks too, who won't be as proficient on 3rd downs as well. So we'll see what happens. Wilfredo Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Wilfredo, who writes, have you noticed anything new from Jeff Zagnina? Not necessarily, the defensive line, not really yet. We'll see what happens when they're not going to show you anything. I did notice a twist or two tonight, twisting some stunts. That was something that I didn't love about the last defensive line coach. There was a ton of twists and stunts. Like these guys can't win one-on-one. I don't want them running laterally, sideways. I want them getting up the field, which is what Warren Sapp is advocating. Let these dogs loose. Turn them loose. Let them get up the field. Stop having these guys stunting and trying to pick a guy for the other guy to loop around and get home. No, let's just kick somebody's ass in front of us. If we can't do that, then these guys don't deserve to be paid big bucks. Let's let these dudes go one-on-one and eat for a change. So I don't want to see a whole bunch of, and I haven't to this point, but I did see some tonight But I don't want to see a whole bunch of Montez Sweat one step and looping around inside. Nah, let Montez Sweat work off the edge. See if he can't hit home. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American, writes, need Scott Abraham to do one of them interviews with Jack. So you couldn't stop them on third down the first time. You couldn't stop them on third down the second time. What the F is wrong with your defense? That's pretty much how he would ask the question too. You know, like straightforward, direct, in your face, aggressive to the point where you're ready to cuss him out, you know. Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Joe Rockhead J. Writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Right. Sup, Lou? I know it's only preseason, but I've seen us look like this before and told myself it's just preseason. 10 weeks later, I'm thinking draft. But those were also years where we've had Ryan Fitzpatrick as our starter going into week 1, or we've had Case Keenum going into the season as our starter, or Dwayne Haskins going into the season as our starter. It hasn't been Carson Wentz or Kirk Cousins as our starter. So there's a drastic difference between the upside of the offense and, you know, the upside of this defense. There's a drastic difference between what we're accustomed to and what we potentially could have this year. Again, Carson Wentz could stink. This offense could be disappointing, and we could be having the same discussions that we're having every year about this team. 7 wins, middle of the pack, not bad enough to draft a quarterback, not good enough to, you know, be in a real conversation to be 1 or 2 pieces away. And so you're kind of stuck in purgatory in the middle of the league, essentially, with everybody else that isn't good enough to get it done. We could be having that same conversation at the end of this season, right? That's a realistic possibility. But what's also a more realistic possibility than it has been in the past is we can actually be really good and win double-digit games because we have an offense and a quarterback that is capable, and we have a defense that I think is going to be better than it was last year because of the schedule that we play this year. And our defense has grown. This is not the same defense you saw last year because it's a year more deep into Jack's system and what they're looking for. They've played with one another. That's why the communication, I can tell you this, the communication on the back end is much better. I've seen that already in just this small sample size. Okay. I can tell you the communication on the back end is much better. So I like our chances, you know, and who knows, we might get to week 10 and you might be saying, damn, I wonder if we need to build around Sam Howell, or do we need to, you know, maybe look at one of these young boys at the quarterback position? That might be your conversation you're having with yourself come week 10. I don't think it will be. Honestly, I don't think it will be. OKG 2000. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. OKG 2000 writes, Wentz is okay, but I'm not sold. He's not the guy. If he's okay and you're not sold, how can you be certain he's not the guy? You can be skeptical. You should be skeptical. I'm not, you know, 35-5 and 4K, top 5 dead or alive like my guy Big Money Sonny. But I think it's reasonable. I think you should be skeptical. If you're not, if you're all in on Wentz, or you're already calling Wentz a failure, a bad decision to trade for him, then I think you're wrong either way. You know, I shouldn't say that. That's not the right choice of words. I think you're too far on either end of the spectrum. I think you should be in the middle, and I'm like, hey, let's just see what this guy's got. I think he's capable. I know he's capable. I know he's capable of success. I know he's capable of failure too. But how can you come to the conclusion he's not the guy already after 2 preseason games? You might not be sold on him, and that's perfectly fine. But to say, I'm not sold, he's not the guy. How can you say that? If he was a rookie quarterback, would you be saying that? Are you basing that off of what he did in Indy and what he did in Philadelphia? Because this isn't Indy and it's not Philadelphia. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just telling you it's different. Anyway, we'll see. He might not be. He might not be the guy. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American writes, hey, I'm going to be stuck on that 05 defense till we have another defense that can capture my heart like that one. Never. Probably the best D Redskins ever had, to be honest. No, it's not. You had defenses where Washington, that 91 defense was the best defense Washington ever had. Clearly. That defense was chopping heads off. We had, I think, 3 shutouts in that season. How many shutouts did the 05 defense pitch? I'll go out on a limb and say none. Okay. I go out on a limb. Feel pretty confident saying that we didn't shut a single team out in that season. We had some low scores. We beat the Cowboys 31-7 in that season in 05. But I'll go out on a limb and say we didn't shut out a single team. The 91 defense shut out like 3 teams that year. So not the best defense the Redskins have ever had. Just the best defense you remember. Say it that way. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wings 01 writes, could be worse. At least we weren't Denver. Speaking of which, this Bills team is a whole different animal. I've talked about that. I don't know if this comment came. Let me see what time this comment. Obviously, that comment came way before I said what I said, but I talked about that Bills game already. You know, you put it in before I said it, so you were on the same page. And I don't like doing the whole comparison of situations like, oh, at least we're not that team. That doesn't make me feel better. But I'm just using that as a reference point. Like, hey, like there are other teams around the league and their preseason is going terrible. They're not quitting on the season. And I'm just telling you, neither should you. Okay. Imagine had we lost tonight 42-15. Shit, we lost 24-14, and you would have thought that they put up 42 on our heads. And our defense was a wet paper bag. The Bills saw 3 third downs in 4 quarters of football. 3. And they scored 42 points. 3 third downs. That would piss me off. Anyway, I digress. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, B-Rob, RB1. I like that dude. I like him a lot. Yeah, I think he's RB1 now. I think the staff has spoken loud and clear. Antonio Gibson is now a full-service running back that plays receiver, a little bit of running back, returns kickoffs. He does a little bit of everything now. And he can still be our, bell cow if we need him to, but I think they're going to turn to Brian. I just told you I like the rhythm of this offense with Brian Robinson. Is the threat of a home run more likely with him? No. But I know the offense is going to remain on schedule with him. I can't say the same for Antonio Gibson. So, yeah, I like him a lot. I think he is RB1. Let's see. Got another super chat. This one is from Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, Alex gets the pass. Not according to Condo P, though. Of course not. Nothing slides. Nothing slides. But we got the whole damn division talking reckless in the chat now. Haters gonna hate. I'm ready to ask them, what does the 5 fingers say to the face, Lou? It's preseason. You can't let them get under your skin. Okay? It's the preseason. I mean, they're going to talk regardless. Whether it's preseason, regular season, draft season, they're going to talk shit because that's what family members do. You're only going to have one way to settle it, and that's on the field. And that's the one that matters. Okay? We'll see the Eagles in week 3. We'll see the Cowboys in week 4. We'll see the Giants back into the season twice in, 3 weeks. We'll have our chance to settle it out on the field. All right. KC, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, KC, writes, Aaron Montero played the whole damn game, Lou. He did. And he actually played well. He did have one penalty in the game, but I was pleasantly surprised with the protection that Wentz received. Again, the Chiefs don't have any true pass rushers outside of Chris Jones, and he didn't play. However, still, it's an NFL defense, and I was nervous, and they made me feel a lot better about the depth of this group, and I was already high on it. And it's good to know in case of an emergency, I'm not looking to break this glass, but if I have to, I can pull out the old Aaron Montero, emergency guard glass extinguisher, and he'll put out any fire that we may have. That's good to know. "15 steps above anything that's second." Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Right. Bless him with the knowledge, Lou. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. The chief goal of any preseason game or the entire preseason itself is to come out healthy. That's number one. And then you take 15 steps, and anything that's second is 15 steps behind that. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, My girl asks, "Damn, you still listening to Lou? Doesn't he need a throat lozenge?" She should already know. She should already know. Salutes, brother, and thank you. I know my lips are dry as hell. I could definitely use a drink of water. But outside of that, I don't know if y'all see me over here, LL Cool J in it, the entire damn stream, licking my shits after almost every damn sentence. But outside of that, I'm good. If she's never been around for one of these, and I'm pretty sure she's been around for a couple of these, because A, she knows my name, and B, she's like, "You still listening to him," which she knows I can go, blow for blow. But and for some of y'all out there, pause. All right, bastards. I'm good, man. I can do this all night, man. I built up the stamina for this. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American, writes, Condo P says, "I'm invited to the cookout. Always invited to the cookout. And you'll bring the 2005 film with you. And we'll have some stuff to reminisce and laugh and joke about and smile about." Red Wing 01, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wing 01 writes, Chiefs fan in the chat asking what we thought of Howell. Sam Howell was solid. I mean, to me, this was a step back game for him. He was not as efficient as he was against Carolina, but I like the young kid. I like his moxie. We were down pinned by our own end zone. He took off for a 13-yard run. They called a holding penalty down the field and added on a 5-piece to it. And just like that, you go from the shadow of your own end zone to, out with some space to breathe and operate. So, and if I'm not mistaken, he ended up leading us down the field on a 93-yard touchdown drive. And it started with his legs. I like Sam Howell a lot. I think he's got what it takes. Again, tonight reminded me of a couple of things. A, it was his second NFL preseason game, so he's going to make some mistakes like the one he did with the pick. 2, he's short, and he got some balls deflected with some open receivers with a ton of grass in front of him. That sucks, but he's 6 feet. What are you going to do, right? So those things were apparent tonight. And 3, he missed the opportunity to connect with his homeboy on the deep ball, De'Ami Brown. Had the corner beat, needed to put a little bit more air on it. He's probably kicking himself about that one, but I like Sam Howell. I like him a lot. He was solid tonight. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, Condo and her crew of ladies in the Discord now. We need a group name for them. Thoughts? Maybe ask the wife for suggestions. Salutes. Maybe you should ask Condo P what she thinks their name should be. That's interesting. Got to tread lightly when you're talking about the females. You definitely don't want to piss them off, right? B Harris 757. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. B Harris 757 writes, "What's up, Lou? What's up, B?" Says, "Tell the fan base in your Aaron Rodgers voice to relax." I already did that once. LOL. The one discouraging thing is the Chiefs showed us it's still levels, and we are not as close as we thought. Well, I never thought we were in their category, but it's the preseason. I'm not tripping, but Mahomes is next level. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history already in his young career. So we're not approaching that. He's special. He's a unicorn. He's a one of one. So, those guys change organizations and franchises. We don't have that. We need that, but we don't have that. So, yeah, it's not even close. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, let me get an old school window washing, brother. We know you don't do that any longer, but one more for old time's sake. Window washing? What are you talking about? Help me. That one went right over my head. Help me out with the window washing. I don't know what you're talking about. And if you tell me what you're referring to, I might go, oh, man, I was being slow. I don't know. But I have no idea what you're talking about. Jamal Hamlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Jamal writes, Lou, I got in trouble for watching the game while eating an early dinner with the fam. I really have confidence in the offense. I do too. And they've done nothing to deter me to this point. And I had low expectations for the defense, and that hasn't changed, even though I have liked some of what I saw so far in the preseason, some of what I've seen, rather, from the defense in this preseason to this point. But the third downs were a problem going into camp. They were a problem last year. And until they change it, it remains a problem. So because of that, my confidence level in the defense is very low. And it was coming into the season, which is why nothing has changed for me. This team is going to be successful because of its offense, and the defense is going to come along at some point. That's why I have high hopes for this team, because I have all of my eggs in the offensive basket. And not just because of Carson Wentz, because of the weapons around him as well. Some of this isn't going to require Carson Wentz to do much of anything. Get it to a playmaker. And in past years, Terry isn't making a guy miss. De'Ami Brown isn't making a guy miss. But you get it to Jahan or you get it to Curtis, and they can make a guy miss. And they can take a 5 or 7 yard pass and turn it into a 55-yard touchdown. Some of that shit, it might not even be Carson having to do a whole hell of a lot. You throw a screen to one of these receivers, get a couple of blockers out in front of, uh-oh, here we go. You hand off a jet sweep to Curtis Samuel. He turns the corner, and all of a sudden, 58 yards later, he tastes pay dirt. I just feel like this offense has so many weapons this year. We'll see. I'm not tripping, and neither should you. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. This is my favorite one so far. I'm not tripping, and neither should you. Writes, Ravens won like 21 straight preseason games. They must have won 4 Super Bowls in a row, right? Relax, everyone. Bless you for the content as always, Lou. Preseason doesn't amount to regular season success. We all know that. But, I mean, you want to look competent in the preseason because it speaks to the depth of your roster. I think that's more so than anything else. What you learn from the preseason is if you're getting crushed 42-15, it's probably because your second and third string sucks. That's not necessarily an indictment on your starters. Your starters might be world beaters. But your backups might be trash, and that means that if your starters aren't in the lineup, you're in trouble. That's what that says. If you're losing a preseason game 17-6 or 24-14 like we did tonight, what it says is that you have a competitive roster. You have a competitive. That's all you're looking for. Stay healthy and show fight, execute, and show that you have a competitive roster. And if you're mud hole stomping somebody 42-15, or in the Ravens case, you've won 21 straight preseason games, that shows that the back end of your roster is top notch. That's what that shows. You got talent permeating out of every nook and cranny of your roster. You're a deep football team. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, that reminds me, how is Cheetah looking in Miami without Mahomes? Real question. He hasn't played in a preseason game, and I don't know if he will. They're probably scrimmaging teams in practice. The team they're playing in the upcoming preseason game, they're getting work in during the week of the practice with with some squad scrimmages and whatnot. But I haven't seen him on the field, so we'll see. I guess we'll have to wait until the regular season kicks off to see what he's actually doing in Miami. I mean, I've heard some good things, but it's none of that stuff matters until you get to the regular season. Filthy Rich 007. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Filthy Rich 007 writes, with running back and kick returner moves, bring Collins back in a veteran corner. I don't think they're going to do either of those things. One thing this group has shown is that when they move on from a guy, they're not looking to bring him back. They moved on from Landon Collins. I don't think they're looking to bring him back. They moved on. We've had some issues. I don't necessarily – I won't say we've had issues at guard, but we've had some injuries, but they like the young guys that they've been working with. They could bring back Eric Flowers. They chose not to, and they're not going to. So I don't think they're looking to bring anybody back. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, 10 a.m. games for me all season long. It will be a great, he said, will it be a great fall/winter for me, or will it be consistently catching a case of the Mondays, Lou? I think it's going to be the former, not the latter. But again, I'm the guy, you can't ask me, I'm the guy that predicted 12-5, 11-6 as the ideal record for this team. So I think it's going to be a great season. I'm looking forward to this season, And again, come talk to me 7 weeks in, I might be singing a totally different tune. I might be telling you, yeah, man, I totally overestimated this offense and underestimated just how bad this defense could be, and we suck again, as Trevor Pat said earlier. Oh, no, we suck again. I don't foresee that. Again, and I know every season is its own entity. I hate to keep harking back to last year, but if you can eke out 7 wins with the schedule we had, with the lack of talent that we had last year and all the injuries and all the COVID shit that we dealt with, if you can eke out 7 wins on that schedule, I find it hard to believe that we won't at least be in the playoff conversation. We may not make it, but you don't fall out of the playoff conversation until late December if you're Washington this year. That's how I feel, but we'll see. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, Baked Ziti, that's the new narrative, Lou. Salutes to Mega. Offenses will be putting in that crazy work, like Shady McCoy says. Baked Ziti, man. A very delicious dish. I'm hoping that we are eating up NFL defenses like Baked Ziti this year. Let's get it. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, one more AB dance, Lou. Gotta clip it for the Discord. We got a bunch of gifs and memes of you in Discord. Oh, no, I hope y'all don't. All love and respect, though. Sometimes he moves his shoulders. Sometimes he don't. When he do it, he looked like a dinosaur. Like how T-Rexes had the little arms, like this. That's how he looked when he do this. Anyway. Easy does it. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Damn it, Lou. Why didn't we get Nick Bolton? Because we drafted Jamin Davis in the first round. That's who they were fixated on. That's who they targeted and felt like that was the guy that they needed. I was a Nick Bolton fan, and he had a good rookie campaign, and he looks poised to have another strong season this year. That was a great play he made on that third down against Curtis Samuel. Colton Wheeler, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Colton Wheeler, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, our defense is driving me nuts. The middle of the field looks like a damn Taco Bell drive-through, open all night. Ouch. Can you let Jack know what he's doing ain't working? Thanks and appreciate you, Lou. I think we are most vulnerable right now over the middle of the football field. A lot of the big plays that we've seen from this preseason in particular has come down the middle of the football field. So it is, I think, a point of emphasis to clean some of that up. But that said, I still feel really good about the communication that I'm seeing on the back end and what I feel like these guys are doing to put us in a position to get off the field. Because in order to get off the field, you got to get to third downs. Obviously, we haven't gotten off the field, but you got to get there first. And we're forcing third downs. And anything can happen on third down. You can get a ball batted in the air. I thought that, like I said, that first 3rd and 10, Montez Sweat gets a good rush. He's getting held. They throw the flag. That wasn't pass interference on William Jackson III. We should have got off the field there. I thought we got hosed right there. But I'm not crying over spilt milk. They had to do 3rd and 10 over again. Get off the field again. We didn't. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Luck. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. What up, Lou? What up, Luck? Bro, definitely was getting in the trenches. I'm glad we got a rookie that we can hold up the expectations. Top 5 player on the field, dead or alive. So I was trying to process that comment. I'm going to just use this kind of broad stroke and paint it over the entire draft because I've said this in the past. But the draft was essentially getting guys that can help us win now. This is a big season for Ron Rivera. He's trying to downplay it now, but behind closed doors, this is a big season for him. And he couldn't wait. Like Jamin Davis was a guy he drafted last year. You didn't have any expectations on the season last year. At least I didn't. You know, there were a lot of people out there that, Ryan Fitzpatrick, I don't know what the hell they were thinking, but there were expectations this year. And he couldn't afford to draft guys early, especially that couldn't contribute right away. So for me, a lot of guys with plenty of college football experience that can come in and help right away. And so I feel good about the core, the young group of rookies we took this year. They're going to be impactful in their rookie season. We already see what Brian Robinson is going to be for this team. We know what Jahan Dotson is going to provide for us. We're excited about those two. But Darian Mathis looks really good. I'm actually really anxious to see Cole Turner now because I see some of the route combinations they're putting together, and I just keep envisioning him being there instead of a 5'11 guy or a guy who's just playing the tight end position for the first time in his life. And thinking, man, that might actually be a completion on 3rd and 3 instead of an incompletion and we're punting. 2 weeks in a row, we've had 3rd and 3, and we took a shot down the field on the same rail route up the sideline, and it's not Cole Turner or Logan Thomas or Cam Sims. And I really think they want that route to be Cole Turner. Get a linebacker 35 yards down the field one-on-one. I think that's what they want. Maybe you get a safety. Maybe you get a corner, depending on what coverage you get. If it's zone and that quarter, they're playing quarter coverage or they're playing cover 3, you're going to get a corner in that situation. Okay. I take my chances with my 6'5 receiver going up against a corner. My 6'5 tight end. So we'll see. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Luck. Double up. These nuts. I remember when you got me with that. That was a good one. You got me real good that time. B. Harris, 757. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, B. Harris, 757, who writes, I wouldn't mind Jim Haslett with this defense. He was too aggressive and exotic with no talent when he was here. We have talent in the personnel now. Yeah, Jim was a little over the top, though. Jim was to a detriment. He would blitz, right? You got the talent, but you still, when you blitz too much, you expose your defense and you're going to get beat, right? There's a happy medium with that. That's why Wink Martindale got fired from the Ravens last year. He just blitzed too much. There's a time and a place for everything. So, and you're right about those Jim Haslett defenses. Didn't have a ton of talent. He didn't give a shit. He was coming with the pressure, regardless. All hail Chevy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. All hail Chevy writes, Aaron Rodgers would cook with Cam Sims. Thoughts? I think he would. I think Cam Sims would. I just think Cam Sims needs more opportunities. Period. If he were given more opportunities to play and get, we saw what he did in 2020 when he got opportunities. He was huge. We don't win the Steelers game without Cam Sims. You could argue he was the player of the game. And there were many guys that stepped up. Logan Thomas was huge in that game as well. But we don't win that game without Cam Sims. So I think Cam Sims would be really good on a number of different teams with just more snaps. Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Joe Rockhead J writes, I can't go with the they'll work it out theory. They might, but it'll be week 1 or will it be week 1 or 9? I'm tired of the slow starts to games and seasons. I hear you loud and clear. I get it. I'm not mad at you either for feeling that way. I totally understand I'm not willing to put my faith in this group that they'll figure it out. You shouldn't. Don't be like me. I tell my wife this all the time in the youth of America. Don't be like me, be better than me. Okay? Don't be like me, be better than me. There's another one for you, Pac-Man D3. Don't be like me, be better than me. So don't go with hey, they'll figure it out like I am. And I'm only giving you what I think. I'm basing it off the schedule, this offense, the weapons that we have, and the fact that we're not game planning and that this team is more cohesive. I can see the cohesion. I can see it. These aren't collective failures like it was last year where we have a 65-yard touchdown go over our head, and after the play, 5 different guys are pointing at a different guy saying, hey, what the hell happened? Or 3 dudes in the secondary are all looking at each other like, I thought you had that. I thought you had that. I'm not seeing that. The Panthers tried us deep last week, and 2 dudes were ready for that shit. Like, nah, don't try that. Go somewhere else with that. Okay? I see Kendall Fuller playing ball on one side. I see William Jackson III ready on the other side. I thought that was a bogus pass interference that they called tonight. I like what he's doing over there. I got my doubts about Benjamin St. Juste. I think Bobby McCain's playing good ball. He got beat tonight. That was Mahomes making some magic. That was a tough play, but he got beat tonight. But I like Bobby McCain. I like Cam Curl. He's had a tough go of it in this preseason. I like Cam Curl a lot, and that hasn't changed. I like this defense, the makeup of it, but they got to go out and execute. So you shouldn't be assuming or giving them the benefit of the doubt. They haven't earned the right to get the benefit of the doubt. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt because I'm putting most of my eggs in the offensive basket. This has nothing to do with my confidence level of the defense. I'm willing to win games 38-35 until the defense gets their shit together. I don't know if that's plausible with this offense right out of the gate, but that's why you start with Jacksonville and Detroit and you feel like, hey, we got a shot. Because Jacksonville and Detroit aren't going to light the scoreboard up. Not unless you're just absolutely horrid. They're not lighting the scoreboard up, especially Jacksonville. They're a young team trying to figure some shit out. Detroit's a little bit further along in their process, and they could be dangerous if you're not doing things that you're supposed to do, like pressure Jared Goff and make him get rid of the football quickly and make him be a check down Charlie. If you're allowing Jared Goff to be comfortable back there, if they're running the football effectively and allowing Jared Goff to, convert on 3rd and 3, which is his specialty, then you can be in some trouble. But if Jared Goff is in 3rd and 9, you got him right where you want because he don't want to be in 3rd and 9. That's not where he's comfortable. He's not Patrick Mahomes. So we got a chance offensively to be able to do enough to outscore our first couple of opponents until the defense wakes the hell up. Maybe the defense wakes the hell up in week 1 and they carry the deal. We don't know what the hell's going to happen. I just know this. The talent on offense suggests that we can't be any worse than we've been the last 4 years on 4 or 5 years on offense, which bodes well for us because even with the defense being uneven, we've been in a bunch of ball games with the chance to win, and we just didn't have enough offensive firepower. That's been rectified. This is my theory. I'm sticking to it until they prove me wrong. So we'll see. You're right about slow starts to games and seasons. That has to change this year. If we get off to a slow start this year, we're in trouble again. Period. End of discussion. This can't be a season where we're 2-6 and then we try to get hot and win 4 in a row. This needs to be a season where we're 6-2, not 2-6. We're 5-3, not 3-5. If we get off to one of those starts this season, we're in trouble. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, why do these porn bots even bother in the chat? The only thing meaningless is reading Alex's reckless chats. I don't know. And sometimes they're just really, really aggressive. I don't know why they are, so crazy. Anyway. Got another super chat. This one is from Joe Rockhead J. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, name for the ladies of Discord, Cherries Jubilee. So you're getting some names, all right? Some suggestions out there. Cherries Jubilee is the first one. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, window washing was for folks that provided more than 5 donos, brother. Okay. I don't know anything about that, but I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat and all that you continue to do for the Louie Tee Network. Big Money Sonny. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, my guy, Fat American. See, Big Money Sonny and had so many super chats. I'm trying to attribute other super chats to him. My guy, Fat American, writes, yes, we're all fans here, but when was the last time you were really passionate about this team? What will it take to get you back? Attending games, etc. The last time I was really passionate about it, first of all, I'm always passionate about this team. Now, there are varying degrees of passion, obviously. But I've always loved this team. I will always love this team. I don't love who is in charge of this team, and it does affect the way that I feel about this team at times. And so the last time I think I was like all in, I think was 2012 with Robert Griffin III, because I thought we were embarking upon something big there, like a decade-long run with a franchise quarterback that some of the shit he did in that rookie season was just next level, otherworldly shit. And it was simple. The Shanahans kept it simple, and he executed the hell out of the 5 plays that we ran, but they couldn't stop it. And they were going to evolve the offense eventually, but he didn't allow them to do it at the pace and rate of speed that they wanted to do it at. Obviously, he got injured, but it was less of the injury, more of just him not adhering to the coaching and allowing them to do the things that they needed to do with him. So that was frustrating, but that was the last time I think I was all in, because I really felt that 2012 team was good enough to make it to the NFC Championship game had he not gotten injured. We were going to beat Seattle, and I think we would have beaten Atlanta the following week. I don't think we would have beaten San Francisco. They were too good. They were too fast defensively. They would have ate Robert's ass alive. Pause. But I think we could have made it there. So that would have had me ginned and juiced up, Snoop Dogg style, for 2013. I was not, because he was all in for week 1. And the cat was out of the bag. He had already let the Shanahans know he wasn't going to do X, Y, Z. And his dad was already talking about, Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady don't run. that's not what winners do. And so I was already thinking, oh shit, here we go. So 2012 was the last year. As far as getting me back to games, I'm so jaded by FedEx Field that I wouldn't go to a game until they get a new stadium, more likely than not. It's got to be something crazy like we're hosting the NFC Championship game for me to probably attend. Something crazy like that. But just a wild card game, I wouldn't go to that either. I'd rather watch it on my TV. Now, NFC Championship game, that environment is going to be crazy, and I would love to be a part of that. All right, let's see. Got another super chat. This one is from a wise woman once told me. Thank you for a super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, "What have you done for me lately? Do 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 do. Ooh, yeah." That's from a wise woman right there. Y'all know what it is. All right. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, "Lou, Baked ZD is our secondary, especially 29, like Mega states. He's been stating that forever. Taco Bell drive-through, though, LOL." I don't feel the same way you guys do about our secondary. So I can't get on board with the secondary being baked ziti. A delicious, delectable, entree. I can't get it because I don't think everybody's eating our secondary up like how y'all make it out to be. But again, there's nothing I can say to you that's going to change your mind. They've got to go out and show you guys that they're not ass cheeks. Okay. I think as individuals, they can get it done. Collectively as a group, they didn't do that last season. They weren't as one. I think they're more as one this year. Now, collectively as individuals, they have to get it done. And that's what's been hurting us in the preseason. Collectively as a defense, I think they're playing fine. I like how they're playing. It's just one guy on every play getting beat, mano y mano. So, clean some of these things up. We start game planning for some of these offenses, try to take away the things they like to do, and we'll see what the results are. And then we can really have a real discussion. All right. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, "Yo, I'm dead, Lou. Fuller equals twin size sheets on a queen size bed. Not enough coverage." First of all, I'm not here for any of the Kendall Fuller slander. I'm not here for it. I won't stand for it, but that's a good one. I don't think it applies to Kendall Fuller, but that is that's creative. I like it. I like it a lot. But I'm not putting that on my man Kendall Fuller, and I'm not going to allow y'all to do that. I'm not going to allow y'all to slander his name like that. I'm just not going to do it. Salutes to the homie Joe Rockhead J for that one. Joe Rockhead J, you a fool for that one. But I'm not rocking with that. Kendall Fuller he played well tonight. He gave up the touchdown. Obviously, that's a great throw by Mahomes. Great route by Jody Forster Jody Fortson. But that's a great throw. He threw him open away from Kendall Fuller. He tried Fuller several other times after that, and Fuller was like, "Get that shit out of here." So anyway, I can't with y'all, man. I'm done with y'all. I can't. that one was hilarious. Ridiculous, you guys are. Don't be like me, be better than me. There you go. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Don't be like me, be better than me, writes, "Ask and you shall receive, Lou." That's a good one. That's it right there. I always tell the youth of America, don't be like me, be better than me. As should you guys. Don't be like me, be better than me. So I'm talking 12-5. You think I'm crazy? Don't be like me, be better than me. Talk your shit. Okay? All right. Let's see. Got a super chat here from Fat American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fat American writes 2022 NFC Championship, Commanders versus Cowboys. Going? Yeah, I'm there. I'm in the building for that. Absolutely. I am there. Now, you put it as Commanders versus Cowboys. That means we're on the road. No, I'm not at that game. If it's Cowboys versus Commanders, I'm at that game. Yeah, I'm there. I'm in attendance. Might even drag my daddy along for that one. I got 2 season tickets. I might tell Paul, boss, hey, we going to the game. Come on. And he would come with me because he's a Cowboys fan. Y'all know that. Ginned and juiced up, all in for week 1. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, 2012 will always live rent-free in my noggin. That was the last time I was super passionate. It was 2012. After that season, we were terrible in 2013. He fired, Mike Shanahan, and I was like, okay, we're never going to win anything of substance here with Daniel Snyder as the owner. So I'm here, though. I'm here. I'm present. I post. You know what it is. And, I love the squad. You know that. I ride for the squad. But it's hard to not look over your shoulder and see Daniel Snyder and say, well, how the hell are we supposed to win with him there consistently? That is. Edward Washington. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Edward Washington. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, what's up, Lou? What's up, Edward? Says, been lurking a while, just showing some support. Not drinking the Kool-Aid yet. They spiked it on me last year. Smart man. Smart man. No reason to overindulge, right? You can even have a cup, not take a sip. You can not have a cup and say, hey, nah, I'm good. I'm just here vibing. I don't need a cup. I'm good with that too. Smart man. All right. Don't be like me. Be better than me. Okay. I got a cup in my hand. I've been sipping slow. I'm talking 12 and 5. I'm starting to feel it. I got a little buzz. Don't be like me. Be better than me. You be prepared for whatever's to come. Okay. If this season is not a success, I crash and burn. I'm going to have a hangover. Okay. Too many sips equal to too much drinks. Too much drinking. Don't be like me. Be better than me. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Writes, my guy Lou forgot about the window washing. Sad day, brother. You must be tired now. You need to get a black bean burger and take it down like Mega says. I see you singing that R&B though. You know what it is, man. I don't remember. You making me feel bad. What am I missing? Anyway, black bean burgers are overrated. They're good. Don't get me wrong, but they're overrated. And I'm always singing R&B. Shout out to my girl Condo P. I follow her on Twitter, and she's always retweeting some R&B video from the 80s and early 90s, and it always sends me back down memory lane. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American writes, is FedEx Field that bad? I'm West Coast, never been. Yes, it's that bad. The traffic is terrible. It's not a great, scenic environment. It's not aesthetically pleasing. The concessions overpriced. Everything about the stadium says that it's antiquated. And when the football team isn't good, it makes that environment that much more deplorable. So yeah, it's that bad. Timothy Teeler, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Timothy writes, we have to be a lot more aggressive and smarter. And I think they will be. There's a time to blitz and there's a time to play coverage. I like that Jack's being more aggressive. He's blitzed more in these last 2 weeks in the preseason than he probably did over a 5-6 week stretch of the season last year. So I like the fact that Ron's gotten in his ear and told him, hey, I need more blitzing. I need more aggressiveness out of you. And now the players have to respond accordingly. They got to be better on the back end. So we'll see. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, how long have you been on now, Lou? Enough likes yet? Thanks for dealing with my donos and keeping us all entertained. Really appreciate you. I was just venting. Let's get it. Top 5, you know the rest. Big Money Sonny, you know what it is. It's always love. And that's what we're here for. I told you, there's some tough games during the season. You know, I can remember that Giants game in 2020. Because remember, I was talking a lot of y'all off the ledge in 2020. Like a lot of y'all were top 5 pick. We're going to suck after the start we had. And we came off the bye. And Kyle Allen got hurt. We had beat the Cowboys before the bye week. That got us to 2-5. We had the Giants coming off the bye. And we should have beat them the first time. So we're like, we're going to dust these clowns after what we just did to Dallas. Off this bye, we about to dust these clowns. And we were down 20-0 at halftime. And Kyle Allen gets injured, and Alex Smith comes in, and it was a valiant effort, but it wasn't good enough, and we lost. And I remember being dejected after that game, saying, "Okay, season's done." And you guys are just as therapeutic for me as I may be for some of you. Like I remember feeling like we're not going to be a top 5 pick, but we're not going to. And the division still stunk, and we were still like maybe a game or two out of first place. But I was like, we stink. You know, we're garbage. And, you know, so I said all that to say this. This show is a release for me too, you know. Not after a preseason game, though. But, you know, after some tough regular season games, man, this show is everything. So I appreciate all of y'all, for sure. Appreciate you, Big Money Sonny, man. You are, without a doubt, the man. Truly do appreciate you. Big Money Sonny, once again, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, window washing, Lou. After 5 donos, you would lose track, wave your hand over your face. So I never called that window washing, dude. Like, you talking about this. Like, I never called that window washing. So I didn't know what you were referring to. I know what you call it. So that's, I mean, yeah, right? But that's not, that was like, I can't see you. Like, you killing the game. I was really just saying it was 5 donos, like you said. And so this was the number 5. But I never called it window washing. You can't say something like it's universally called that and make it seem like I'm crazy for not knowing what you're referring to. You had me thinking I was tripping. Damn, Big Money Sonny. I was over here like window washing. I'm like going through my head trying to figure the shit out. Anyway, I appreciate you, Big Money Sonny, as always. And so, windshield, he's okay. First of all, thank you for the super chat, Big Money Sonny. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, windshield wiping, my fault. See, even that still wouldn't have jogged my memory, but window washing, I'm like, what the hell is window washing? What are we talking about? So we was all over the damn place. But yeah, this is what you were referring to right here, right? Anyway, I digress. Hey, I appreciate you, Big Money Sonny. Thank you so much for the support and all of the supers. Let's see. Quay's Fresh. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Q is fresh. My fault. Q is fresh. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Q is fresh, writes 12-5 got us winning the Super Bowl. Love the show, Lou. 12-5 and winning the chip. That's a bit much for me. I got us going 12-5. 12-5 puts you in a position to win a chip, especially if that 12-5 is good enough to get you a home playoff game. However, you got to crawl before you can walk, and you got to walk before you can run. And so the 12-5 would be us crawling, and winning a playoff game would be us walking. I don't see us running quite yet. I don't see us sprinting quite yet. But I like your enthusiasm. This is the season to be enthusiastic. It might be misguided and misplaced, and I might be in that same boat with you, Q. But right now, I'm rocking with that. I'm rocking with that. Got a super chat here from my guy, Eddie B. Eddie Behringer. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Eddie B. writes, Lou, Eddie, I can see Gibby and Robinson in at the same time during the season. What do you think? I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that. Similar to the way in Gibby's rookie season, him and JD were on the field a ton in that 21 personnel, and it was one of our most successful sets. I could see them doing the same thing with Robinson and Gibson. Sure can. I was actually looking forward tonight. Gibby at receiver, Robinson in the backfield, but that never came to fruition. But I could see that for sure. Absolutely. And when that project coming out again? It's got to be coming up here shortly, right? Broski, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Boski writes, Dax over Diami, depth chart. Nah, I don't think so, but I think Cam Sims should get more snaps than Diami right now. But Diami got over the top tonight. We would feel a lot differently about Diami if Sam Howell puts that ball out there a little bit further. So, and Diami, I can say this, he's catching the shit underneath, even though he's taking some shots. He's catching the shit underneath. So. Eddie B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy, Eddie Behringer writes, oh yeah, new vid, almost 7K views in 2 days. Oh, so the video's already out? Word. I'm going to check that out. If you could, send me the link. I'm lazy. Send me the link. If you don't, I'm going to go hunt it anyway so I can support. I'm looking forward to checking that out. Y'all check out my man Eddie Behringer's new video. If you in there, leave the link in the comments, man, so everybody can go check your shit out and support you, dude. You got a family right here. Take advantage of it. Drop that link in the comment section, man. And let everybody know where you at, what you're doing, and so they can check you out and support. Jeeps, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Jeeps writes, Lou, Jamin Davis nickname Shadow. I heard that J.D. McKissick dropped the gym on our melon today. He didn't know why, though. His name is Shadow. Apparently, Ben Standing did an interview and found out that it comes from Sonic, from the Sonic. You remember the Sonic the Hedgehog? There was a character named Shadow. That's why he's called Shadow. And JD was talking about his skin being dark skinned and all that. And it could be for that reason, but that's not why. He could have been like, oh, he got it from the Sonic character Shadow. But JD didn't know. He's like, because he dark skinned. JD ain't know what the hell he was talking about. He's like, I just heard Cole call him that one time. And he seems to like it. So, yeah, Shadow. So we learned something new today. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wings writes, news that Bumney routinely broke his foot, so he's out. I heard he got injured. I didn't know the severity. That sucks. Like the kid. He wasn't going to make the team, but I like him. And, he's an ODU alum, so always rooting for him. Fellow Monarch. That sucks right there. Anyway. That's the last super there. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the support. This was awesome. A lot of y'all have to relax. It's preseason, man. Can't stress that enough. I am a Washington fan, etched in burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold until we meet next time. Post up and take command. You guys know what it is. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care. Maybe indulge some of the rest of this preseason football that you're going to get. You're going to get a Sunday night game tomorrow night, Monday night game on Monday night. Take it all in. Take it all in, and we'll reconvene on Monday. Chop it up, talk about the team, and prepare for the third preseason game. And maybe Ron will play it differently. Who knows? We'll see. I don't think he's going to play his starters, but we'll find out soon enough. We'll find out soon enough. Anyway. Excuse me. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Right. Joe Rockhead, favorite rapper is Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. We got a versus going in the Discord. Mega versus Condo. Who you got, Lou? I'm always riding with Condo P. Always. That's just me. I just got to roll with my girl, Condo P. So we'll see what happens, but I'm always rolling with Condo P. You know what it is. You know where my allegiance lies. And Mega's my boy. Don't get it twisted. But my allegiance lies with Condo P. So anyway, with that said, you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care. You know what it is. God bless and good night.